ang tawag. Ikaw na nag-record?
I-clinic ko lang, pero i-post ko muna.
Our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6, vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7, global academic standards and excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers, as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8, synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9, active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10, sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan, para sa ating bayan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin shortly. I am requesting everyone to please settle down. We would like to inform everyone that this conference is being recorded for documentation purposes.
Before we start, I am reminding everyone to please observe our Zoom house rule to ensure the order of this conference. On behalf of the organizers of this event, thank you for your kind cooperation and attention.
Fellow cooperators from both local and international organizations, guests from the various higher education institutions, government and non-governmental organizations, welcome to this much-awaited international web conference, aptly Cooperatives Future Readiness.
I am Miss Flora May A. de Monteverde, the representative from PUP, Department of Cooperative and Social Development. I am joined today with one of our brilliant associate professor, Sandro T. Estelia, the director of PUP Extension Management Office and faculty members of the College of Social Science and Development, Department of Cooperative and Social Development. And we will be your host for today.
Right, Flora. This event is in partnership with the Asian Cooperative Organization, or ACO, and the Philippine Cooperative Center, or PCC. Fellow cooperators, to formally start our event, let us take a moment of silence with a back-to-back prayer from Mr. Muhammad Ismul Nizam Zubayrito, to be followed in by Father Anton Pascual, and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the Cooperative Pledge.
Ray, ano lang ako, bakit ko lang video ako?
May na ito.
Walang picture, hindi na.
Kindly bear with us. I think we are having some little technical problem. But don't you worry, this is being attended by our technical team. Thank you for bearing with us.
Hello po.
Hello po.
All right, dear participant, we're just having some little technical problem, I believe, but rest assured that this is being attended to. So, Father Anton Pascual is already in the loop. I believe our representative from ACO, Mr. Muhammad Ismul Nizam Zubayrito.
Asia Pro Multi-Purpose Cooperative is the pioneer workers' cooperative in the Philippines. Since we were formed in 1999 by 60 active member owners, we have grown exponentially in terms of membership. Now in our 22nd year, we have around 44,000 members nationwide. As a cooperative enterprise committed to provide livelihood opportunities to the marginalized sector, we live by our purpose, inspiring meaningful and fulfilled lives with our members. This is affirmed by providing access to more than 300,000 jobs in the course of 20 years. We provide customized managed services to various mainstream industries such as agribusiness provides agricultural services to its clients and executes end-to-end farm operations and solutions, from the nursery stage up to packing and delivery. Independent Sales Service Provider is our first business platform which provides sales and marketing services currently, but not limited to, agri-based multinational companies. As partner, we take charge of demand generating go-to-market activities such as face-to-face meetings with customers, farmers meetings and harvest festivals among others. Aviation and Logistics is a Manila International Airport Authority accredited business that provides services in station management. As aviation industry has been greatly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, we have expanded into other business opportunities which gave rise to warehousing and logistics. As of July 2021, we were able to provide cold storage checker services, engineering support services, and warehousing and logistics services to various clients. Independent Manufacturing Group or IMG is one of our business platforms engaged in toll manufacturing for various industries. We operate, manage, and maintain engagements in the field of manufacturing as this way partner clients can focus on their core business functions. Construction Group is currently involved in civil works and fit-outs which strengthened our project management and execution. Our construction group under Asia Pro is the first worker cooperative in the Philippines to have acquired the Philippines Contractors Accreditation Board (PCAB) license. Managed Services Group is engaged with clients in various industries such as retail, merchandising, manufacturing, to name a few. Our group provides customized managed services in the form of undertake, operate, manage and maintain operations with the clients. By partnering with us, you are also becoming our partner for social progress by providing livelihood opportunities to the marginalized sector. Connect with us, and become our partner now.
Oo. Di, tayo lang tatlo yun.
Ay, kita mo talaga yung gipak. Ganyan mo.
May sabi sa audio po.
Wala po kayong audio, Mr. Estrella. Naka-mute. Naka-unmute.
ABC Kid TV's new name.
Guests from the various higher education institutions, government and non-governmental organizations, our university officials, welcome to this much-awaited international web conference, aptly Cooperatives Future Readiness.
I am Ms. Flora May A. de Monteverde, the representative from PUP Department of Cooperative and Social Development. And today, I am joined with our brilliant Associate Professor, Sandro T. Estelia, the Director of PUP Extension Management Office and faculty member from the College of Social Sciences and Development, Department of Cooperative and Social Development. And we will be your host for this event.
This event is in partnership with the Asian Cooperative Organization, or ACO, and the Philippine Cooperative Center, or PCC. Fellow cooperators, to formally start our event, let us take a moment of silence with a back-to-back prayer from Mr. Muhammad Ismol Nizam Zubayrito, to be followed in by Father Anton C.T. Pascual, the singing of the national anthem and the cooperative pledge.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, with your mercy and protection, for allowing us to attend the event of International Conference on Cooperative Future Readiness, to express gratitude upon your greatest gift toward us. In conjunction with this event, we ask for your help and guidance. Ya Allah, kindly give us your guidance for Angkasa in strengthening the cooperative relationship, business networking, and services among the cooperative community. Bless the noble objective of this conference in bringing the positiveness through the business networking among all the participants. Ya Allah, make us speak with guidance and inspire us with piety. Let us toward success and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'alillahumma fina wa la ma'ana wa la mayatba'una shaqiyya wa la matrudan wa la mahruma. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم. اللهم فقهنا في الدين وعلمنا تأويل واهدنا صراطك المستقيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Thank you.
Let us now pray.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. The Lord be with you. Let us begin with the book of Psalms 133, verse 1. It says, "It is good and pleasing to see our brothers gathered together in unity." Let us pray. Lord God, we praise your name and thank you for your holy will and divine mercy that you renew every day. Great is your faithfulness. Bless the International Conference of Cooperative Enterprises Future Readiness today. Inspire us always to be steadfast in our identity. May we witness daily the ideals, values, and principles of cooperativism. Bless us with integrity. May we practice fairness, accountability, and transparency in all our cooperative leadership and management. Bless our industry. May we concretely respond to the socioeconomic needs of all member owners in our primary, secondary, and tertiary level of cooperative structure and network. Bless our cooperative movement as we adapt during this pandemic crisis. May we see the opportunities around us, protect us from being infected, and may we come out of this crisis a better cooperator, a better collaborator. Bless us with openness and humility, looking towards a new normal. May it become a better normal for the cooperative sector. May we become more united, complementing our differences, appreciating the gift of each one for the growth and sustainable development of the sector as we influence the movement for the common good of every society. We ask all of this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Bayang magiging sa sinamanan, alam ng puso sa litin mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyot ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka masisingin. Sa dagat at ulog, sa simoy at sa langit mo uraw, may nilatang pula at awit sa pagkay minamahal. Ang isat ng pagkawat mo'y tagumpay na naninig, ang bituin ng tawad, kailan pa may nadidinig. Lupa ng araw ng walhangin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang bigaya ng tawag may mamali, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Mga
The Cooperative Pledge. As a Filipino, I am and I believe in the cooperative. Alone, I am weak, but with others, I am strong. So I commit myself to work, to cooperate, for all to be prosperous. Harmony industry, I will value. Cooperative affairs, I will attend. Responsibilities, I will assume. The cooperative philosophy, I will live. One vision, one belief, one feeling in cooperativism. My life I pledge, so help me God.
All right, thank you so much. We can now settle down. Flora?
Once again, good afternoon, cooperators, and welcome to this much-awaited international conference. Before anything else, we would like to take this opportunity to express our profound appreciation to all the participants of this conference.
At this onset, to give his opening remarks and welcome all the participants of this event, the President of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, our beloved Dr. Manuel M. Muhi. A big virtual round of applause, please.
Good afternoon and warm greetings to ASEAN Cooperative Organization, the Cooperative Development Authority, the PUP academic community, cooperative practitioners and advocates, students, and guests. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Cooperatives Future Readiness. I would like to acknowledge also the presence of our partners in ASEAN Cooperative Organization and ang CASA President, Dr. Datu Alfata Abdullah, and the PCC Chairperson, Dr. Garibaldi Leonardo, and Father Anton Pascual, President of Sectoral Apex Organization, Education, Advocacy, and Union Cluster, Cooperative Development Authority, Chairperson Yusek Joseph Encabo, from International Cooperative Alliance Asia and Pacific, Director Balo Iyer, guest speakers and panel of reactors, to our Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Development, Dr. Raul Sebastian, and the Chairperson of the Department of Cooperatives and Social Development, Dr. Hilda San Gabriel, faculty members and staff. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, and explore the possibilities of cooperatives' future readiness. I sincerely thank the College of Social Sciences and Development and the Department of Cooperatives and Social Development in cooperation with the ASEAN Cooperative Organization and the Philippine Cooperative Center for making this event possible. To the program coordinators, Dr. Noraini Muhammad and Dr. Angelita Villaruel and Mr. Edwin Bustillos. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Thank you so much. And I'm truly happy and honored that we are gathered here today. This conference aims to be part of the overall efforts to highlight youth engagement and women participation as future of cooperatives endeavor, and to strengthen our academic, research, and extension services to cooperative movement in national and international level, and to promote the cooperative values and principles in their best practices. We are in a very challenging situation. This pandemic has taught us a lot of things. We gradually shifted to online teaching and learning and discovered new ways of delivering services. Our fellow Filipinos succumbed to death due to COVID-19, and even quite a number of our healthcare workers and frontliners. It came to us by surprise and led us to realizations. It also exposed us to many realities of life. The imposition of lockdowns, the travel restrictions that resulted in economic downturns, reduced sales, voluntarily closed business, downward adjustments of employment and increase unemployment rate, and many others. But as we face these challenges, I am elated to see people helping others to cope up and rise above the situations. This only proves that we are stronger than the pandemic. The truest form of compassion, care, and love for others has been manifested. And as we gathered here today, may we remind ourselves that nothing beats the Bayanihan spirit, which is the core cooperative movement. Through this event, we will highlight the efforts and initiatives of the cooperatives across borders. This is also to showcase that we can still do something and try to serve others despite the pandemic. The students that are present here will be encouraged to hear stories and best practices of cooperative movement around Asia. Further, as the Philippines' first polytechnic university, we put a premium on quality education. And I believe that the academic institution has a big role to play in cooperative development. May this conference open your hearts and minds to wonderful opportunities and aspirations in the cooperative movement. We also feel that the need to pursue our global commitment and continue the partnership with ASEAN Cooperative Organization, as we desire to enlighten the young people, provide exposure in the cooperative arena, and inspire more young cooperative leaders. It is also imperative to create more meaningful learning experiences for the students, especially for the Bachelor of Science in Cooperatives program. This is also one of the strategies to form meaningful partnerships and collaboration towards strengthening the cooperative movement. Through this conference, the cooperative leaders will share wisdom and good practices of cooperatives in the Philippines, forging continuous partnership and possible next activities to present co-op best practices, researches, and updates. This event is curated to engage the youth in discussions and actively participate in cooperative movement and hone new cooperative leaders in the future. It is hoped that this event will bind us together and find the paths towards readiness and resilience. To quote Henry Ford, coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. So, as one community, let's work together hand in hand to move forward and face all kinds of challenges that we will encounter along the way. To our panel of speakers and friends in cooperative development sector, thank you very much for your generosity and allowing us to listen to relevant stories and research works. I commend you all for your courage, grit, and passion. To the program coordinators, Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Villaruel, and Mr. Bustillos, thank you so much. And my sincere appreciation to the participants for taking time to attend this conference. Thank you also to the organizers of this conference, and I wish you a fruitful day ahead. Muli, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear President, for that very, very inspiring message that you had given us. All right, Flora.
To present the objective of this conference, let us all welcome the current Dean of the PUP College of Social Sciences and Development, Dr. Raul Roland R. Sebastian. A warm virtual applause, please.
Good afternoon. First, allow me to greet all the participants in this conference. Good afternoon. I hope all of us are in the pink of health in all aspects of the human person, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. This pandemic has challenged our social and political institutions, the superstructures, the structures in our society, and even our own humanity. But I do believe that we are winning in this battle because we choose to be human and value human lives, empathy, cooperation, mutual respect, and sense of brotherhood and solidarity. All these values are present in the cooperatives movement. While the spirit of cooperative movement is not new in Filipino culture, I am sure that we share these values with our Asian brothers. Our foremost national hero and the pride of the Malay race, Dr. Jose Rizal, emphasized the important role of the social movement in achieving social change and development. Rizal organized the people of Calamba to advance their welfare against the abuses of some Dominican friars in their hacienda at Calamba, Laguna. When he was banished to the Pitan, he organized the people to challenge the economic activities of the Chinese and empower the children of the Pitan by establishing a community school. The emphasis given by our hero in the power of the cooperative movement is a testament of its important role in nation building. In fact, Rizal's descendants like Gemma Cruz Araneta and a group of Rizal scholars like Floro Kibuyen are planning to adopt and popularize the Dapitan template of Rizal, which emphasized the role of cooperative movement in community development, hence the development of the whole country. Second, allow me to commend the organizers of this conference, PUP's very own, the Department of Cooperatives under the College of Social Sciences and Development, our partner, the ASEAN Cooperative Organization and the Philippine Cooperative Center. Also, allow me to thank the College Extension Coordinator, Dr. Angelita Villaruel, for her dedication and hard work. At this juncture, let me read the objectives of the conference. Objective number 1, to make an action plan on how cooperatives will thrive even in the time of pandemic. Objective number 2, to adapt in the changing dimensions of cooperatives and collectives. Objective number 3, to strengthen the role of the academe in serving the cooperative movements and the community in terms of stability, sustainable economic growth, and quality of employment. Objective number 4, to highlight youth engagement and women participation as future of cooperatives. And objective number 5, to promote the cooperative values and principles and their best practices. Again, I am inviting everybody to intently listen to all the presenters and actively engage in the open forum. Good day, and let us all promote the spirit and values of the cooperative movements. Marami pong salamat at magandang araw sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebastian.
And now let's get excited to listen to the presentation titled Advancing the Cooperative Education in the Better Normal. The chairperson of the Department of Cooperatives and Social Development, friends, ladies and gentlemen, please do help me welcome Dr. Hilda F. San Gabriel. Let's give her our virtual round of applause.
Good afternoon. Am I being heard? Sir Sandro?
Yes, you're coming clear. Yes, you're coming clear, ma'am. Please do proceed.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon to our partner cooperatives, to the cooperative sector, to our international partner, to our local partners, as well as all the research presenters and students, faculty members, and guests in our international conference. To our beloved President, Dr. Manuel Muhi, to our Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Development, Dr. Raul Roland Sebastian, to the President of the Sectoral Apex Organization, Education, Advocacy, and Union Cluster, Reverend Father Anton Pascual, to Datu Dr. Abdul Fattah Abdullah, the President of the ASEAN Cooperative Organization, to Undersecretary Joseph Encabo of Cooperative Development Authority, to Dr. Garibaldi Leonardo, the Chairperson of the Philippine Cooperative Movement, to Director Balu Ayer, the Regional Board Member of International Cooperative Alliance, Asia Pacific Region, Office of International Affairs, to Mr. Joshua Allen Santos of DGCOO, to Chief Executive Officer, Engineer Sylvia Paraguya of the National Confederation of Cooperatives, to Mr. Shaalay Mundani, Advisor of the Ako Cooperative Development Bank, to Raja Aida Jasmine Raja Sharome of COO, CFO of Robo Group, and the rest of all our guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat at mapagpalayang araw. Assalamualaikum. Allow me to present to you Advancing Cooperative Education 4.0 in the New Normal. Allow me to share my screen. Sir Sandra, please.
Please, can we assist Dr. San Gabriel for her request? Thank you.
Yes, she can share. She is allowed to share.
Thank you. Is it visible already?
Not yet.
Not yet, ma'am.
Hold on. Mark. Advancing Cooperative Education 4.0 for the New Normal. Sir Sandro and our tech team, is it visible already?
Yes, it's now readable, ma'am.
Thank you so much. The Bachelor of Science in Cooperative program is being offered by the Department of Cooperatives and Social Development. It's a 4-year degree BS Co-op course with specialization in cooperative social enterprise management and cooperative education and community development. No? The Department of Cooperatives provides students the theoretical and practical application of fundamentals and specialized and professionalized course on social development and cooperatives in the Philippine context, as well as in the global context. Currently, we have 4 sections of each year level: first year, second year, whose emphasis is in the general education courses and the provision of core and foundation courses. For the third year and fourth year, our students now goes to the specializations and professionalization of their subjects. No? The faculty and student ratio for per section is 1 faculty for every 40 to 45 students. As of the moment, we see the following important variables and indicators to be able to advance cooperative education 4.0 in the new normal. First, we see academic solidarity amidst the VUCA world. And second, continuous and regular dialogue with stakeholders, actors, and sectors and partners of the academe. And we have employed the following strategies to be able to achieve such a situation. No? To build practice on the ground with highest quality of academic discourse and instruction, to conduct research, policy dialogues, and extension in the ASEAN region and come up with international collaboration, and to have innovative solutions for support to students. For our actors, sectors, and partners, we have established regular communication channels, open and continuous dialogue with all the actors, sectors, and partners of the PUP Department of Cooperative and Social Development, dialogue based on consensus with the administration, the College of Social Sciences and Development officials, the faculty members, the college alumni, the department alumni, the multidisciplinary national associations in the field of social sciences, partner organizations in the academe, development institutions, local and abroad, and in the ASEAN region, regional networks and international linkages, and with the students and their partners, parents, no, as also a major actor and sector in the implementation of our BS Cooperatives program. Our Department of Cooperatives and Social Development, we were the first to implement the Kamustahan Dialogue with all our students during the pandemic, and the chair's year-level consultation with class president to get the issues and situation and concerns of the students. In terms of our strategies, building practice on the ground with highest quality of academic discourse and instruction, we are gearing towards achieving program accreditation to reach level 4 status and ultimately center of development. We have updated program syllabi and support systems. We continue to produce instructional modules. We are gearing towards recognition from LGUs and institutes, government entities of the programs offered in the department. And we have peer recognition through motivation of the faculty members, and at the same time, fellowship and faculty development on semestral basis. This is, of course, in partnership with the college. We have retooled our faculty and students with new development and digitalization to maximize learning via online and flexible technological mode of delivery of training. In terms of building and strengthening social sciences and development networks, geared towards strengthening local, national, ASEAN region, and international social sciences and development networks, we feel that this is critical to support the practices on the ground, using the tools of research, policy work, policy dialogues, and extension works and advocacy. We have established partnerships, memorandum of agreements with state universities and colleges, private universities, and development NGOs, and we have responded to social national issues through sectoral fora, webinars, and public seminars. Previously, we have a Nemesio Prudente lecture series, and we are reviving the establishment of this through the Eminent Speakers Forum in the social sciences. We also have conducted a visiting professorial lecture in cooperatives and social development in the person of Dr. Professor Emeritus Angelito Manalili. In terms of our policy work on local and in the ASEAN region, national and international levels, we wanted to have an international collaborative multidisciplinary research. And this is via the conduct of a wide range of researches, which is being called for, including academic, community-based, participatory action research, quantitative, qualitative research, and the systematization of lived experiences, particularly FOSI pointing on best practices in cooperatives, operations, and management. The department will take robust research collaboration within the country, within the ASEAN region, and on a global scale in close partnership with the PUP Graduate School and International Affairs Office. Actually, this initiative is one of those, no? To be able to have an international collaborative research, no? And sharing of best practices from different countries. The DCSD will also take an active role in implementing the REAP program of the university. This is, of course, pertains to research presentation and publication of our faculty members, as well as citations of the works, no? And at the same time, utilization of the research being produced, specifically for the research to be utilized by the sector. And in terms of helping our students and university build the digital infrastructure, the university have already the students' SIS accounts as well as the faculty SIS accounts. So we wanted to utilize this further and to raise the CSD visibility and support systems. By this, we would like also to raise the visibility in terms of the following. To come up with innovative solutions to support our students, to become a more responsive Institute of Cooperatives and Department of Cooperatives and Social Development. I believe as a chairperson central to the strategies for innovative solutions and to raise visibility in support of students is that to be able to have an active student portal that could be easily accessed, no, by our students. Although there are lapses because of the internet connectivity, but still we would want this to be more user-friendly as far as our students are concerned. We have students awards, no, and we have provided president's listers, the much needed support and financial grant and incentives to our students. And in terms of the mentor-mentee system, we have a solution-focused coaching program wherein the faculty members handling the subjects could be easily accessible to the students. No? They have established a group chat and an FB Messenger as well as an active email accounts wherein as far as also their contact numbers are given to the students, no? So students could easily reach their faculty members and would schedule an advising time for them to be guided. We wanted an activation of class officers and advisorship per section to guide students. The Department of Cooperative and Social Development have also established dialogues with stakeholders during our General Assembly meetings. And of course, we would want to engage more of the parent and the alumni, no, of our department. We have also conducted dialogue of faculty members and non-teaching personnel in the form of a Kumusta Ka Sinta to be able to look into the concerns of our faculty members and our employees. We have established through the Junior Cooperators Association a students quick response team QRT system to address the needs of the students in the FlexTel mode. And this is operating 24/7 via Text Blast support app. And if a student asks a question, this will be given to the class president. The class president forwards this to JCA. JCA forwards it directly to the department. And the JCA advisor in the person of Professor Michael Pichardo and the chair addresses the concern. And if it involves the action and immediate response of a faculty member, will forward it directly to the faculty. So given the advent of technology and the use of our mobile phone system, we are responding to the queries and needs of our students as far as and to be active 24/7 as much as we could, no? Now, in terms of transitioning to the new normal, we would want a full compliance to health protocols, as the Commission on Higher Education already espouses the probability of opening of face-to-face classes in some areas where possible. But before that, we have campaigned and lobbied for full vaccination of our teachers and employees in the academe. Additional support to our students would be in the form of scholarships and financial allowances provided by the sector. And we would like to salute and congratulate our friends and officers from the largest telephone network, PLDT, no? Via PLDT Employees Credit Cooperative, who have provided scholarship support, 15,000 per semester allowances. Aside from PLDT Employees Credit Cooperative, we also have support coming from Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas through their DSC Employees Co-op. University of Santo Tomas, Tomasian Multipurpose Employees Cooperative also provided support to our students. On top of the financial assistance given to our students, PLDT Employees Credit Cooperative also awards 15 laptops to our scholars. No? This was given last December 2020 during Christmas break. And our scholars receive brand new laptop, no, for them to be able to use in the semester. And of course, the JCA continues to have activities that encourages the participation of our students, as well as the department continues to have our student recognition. Next, of course, we have continuing activity through mental health awareness and kumustahan of our students per year level and per section, as well as continuing meetings with the officers, and then career fest that encourages students to be able to secure work while studying at the same time. So this is a career fair year-long activity of the university through the Office of the Vice President for Student Affairs and Services and Alumni Relations and Career Development Office. Pre-pandemic, our students were able also to visit fair trade and exhibits, no? And then after that, last year, from face-to-face visit to fair trade and exhibits, we were able to encourage our students to attend virtual cooperative marketing and fair trades, no? On top of that, the department also would have a continuous preparation for the institutional accreditation of the university, no? And next, we have also established committee heads task force for the level 4 program accreditation of the Department of Cooperatives and Social Development. And we continue to have our international conferences and international linkages. As a concrete manifestation of this was our program with the Cooperasi Institute of Malaysia last year, no? Year 2020, Cooperative Enterprises in Times of Pandemic. This is a conference we've had with the active participation of our faculty members and research presenters from our partner, the Cooperasi Institute of Malaysia. And then after this, We've also had our national linkage, no, and a national conference. This is in partnership with different state universities and colleges via the National Research Forum on Cooperatives. And of course, this is in partnership with the Cooperative Development Authority. And we continue to have our literacy training program for adopted barangays. This is a program of the college and of course in full participation of all the departments under the college. And as far as the Department of Cooperative is concerned, our role is to help in organizing community cooperatives in different barangays. We've also had a partnership with Department of Agriculture via the program of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. This is for getting our faculty members to serve as a expert resource person for a number of webinars and seminars, including cooperative governance for marketing cooperatives, for farmers and fisher folks cooperatives, no? Under the leadership of the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, we have tied up with different local government units, foci pointing, for example, here in the Quezon City government for organizing cooperatives in Barangay Tandang Sora. We were able to serve as expert resource persons in a number of public seminars in partnership with the Center for Research and Communication, Philippine Cooperative Center, and University of Asia and the Pacific. The DCSD's program in terms of social development is based on the 10 pillar of the university president. And this is on social sustainable development programs and active player in the provision of cooperative education to support the poorer sector of our society through social sciences and development education. Priority sector will be farmers and fisherfolk cooperatives, out of school youth, the indigenous people, women, PWD, informal settlers, and the marginal sectors of our society. Our faculty members are also engaged in extension services with cooperative sectors and development agency. Specifically here, we have forged partnership through the leadership of Director Sandro Estela with the Development Action for Women Network, DON, no? They are a women's cooperative and they are actively involved in engaging the women, especially those who have been OFW workers in Japan, no? Who have set up their women's cooperative. And they are now producing a lot of indigenous items, no? Bags and fabrics, also with the support of Departments of Science and Technology. Next is we have we have also provided more webinars on cooperatives promotion and development for our students to be able to access. Among the many included cooperatives and food security, health services cooperatives, talakayang sa kalam in times of pandemic. And ang sagot sa tanong kung bakit ka mahalaga, a forum on the implications of Data Privacy Act on community and cooperative researches. The department also participated and supported the university-led Lingap Comunidad program and top major cooperatives such as Cooperative Service Insurance of the Philippines, and ACDI, who have contributed and donated funds for the university's ethyl alcohol production. On top of that, our faculty members also serve as a technical panel and expert resource person, as we were invited by the Mindanao State University, in the technical writing and proposal packaging as part of their CHED institutional grants in aid program. And in terms of our industry linkages, we have the linkage with PLDT and PESI, and of course, our faculty members were also able to present their respective researches on national research conferences.
Excuse me, ma'am, we understand we still have 45 slides, but we need to summarize all the presentation in 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Teka lang, saan ako? Uy, nako. Thank you so much, Ma'am Angie, for the notice. All right, this is just the remaining activities of the department. Okay, so aside from the what we call different fora and webinars and talakayan, Professor Angie Villaruel also served as a resource person in the food security and social enterprise, webinar in partnership with Parañaque City Union of Cooperatives. And we've tackled here food security and social enterprise in times of pandemic. Dr. Leti Gurospe and Prof. Nito also provided the much needed information. This is in partnership with the Office of Transportation Cooperatives on Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program. And then here, these are the last few slides. Our faculty members are also publishing in the Social Science and Development Review, CHED recognized journal, and our students are able to access researches in this particular platform. And of course, we have collaborated also with different state universities and colleges as benchmarking for our program on the offering of BS cooperatives. And here, for our on-the-job trainee program, this is in partnership with the Philippine Cooperative Center, wherein we fielded our students to different cooperatives under the umbrella of the Philippine Cooperative Center. We have an existing memorandum of agreement with the Philippine Cooperative Center. And recently, we have forged partnership with the cooperative sector, Union of Metro Manila Cooperative, UNECO, Co-op Unions, and Academe, and the Philippine Co-op Center for the relaunching of the Philippine Journal of Cooperative Studies. As our faculty members continue to provide the much needed online FlexTel mode of delivery and teaching, we are very much confident that no amount of VUCA and COVID-19 could stop us from giving our 99% service to students, the industry and the cooperative sector. This is part of the program's Leap of Faith and in support of the PUP's vision to become a national polytechnic university. And for my last 3 slides, of course, there's also a continuing renewal, for our in the pipeline, a partnership which would be forged between the Department of Cooperative and Social Development and the Department of Trade and Industry, Cooperative Development Authority, and the PUP. And the recent development that we feel is important for the program is when President Duterte, His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, signed Republic Act 11535, making the position of cooperatives mandatory in all municipalities, cities, and provinces. And this could be what we call the trajectory of our graduates, no? In terms of our significant contribution to the economy, the graduate of the BS Cooperatives program has been proven and will be continuously the country's next leaders and managers of the 18,000 operating cooperatives in the country, and also of they could serve as managers and organizers, trainers, no? And community development officers of 11,000 non-government and people's enterprises. Our graduates could as well be, no, with the advent of the Republic Act 11535, they could serve as cooperative development officers of our 7,107 islands, provinces, cities, and municipalities spread all over the country. Governed and managed properly with strong foundational values and grasp of the culture of bayanihan, philosophies and principles of cooperation, self-help, subsidiarity, social responsibility, solidarity, and for them to be able to utilize responsibly the digital advancement in education, our graduates, through their entry in cooperatives and NGOs and in different positions at CDOs, they will become certainly the new blood and the backbone of the Philippine economy as well as the ASEAN region as it bounced back in the better normal. Lastly, let me salute our faculty program. They have been serving as frontliners in the delivery of our BS Cooperatives program. From our hymn in the university, gagamitin ang karunungan mula sa iyo para sa bayan, to use and utilize knowledge, skills, and technology for the country. Padayon Kooperatiba, thank you to each and everyone. Maraming salamat po. Stay safe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dang, or Hilda San Gabriel, for that very well-detailed presentation. Laura? All right, I think Flora is not in the loop. Anyways, at this juncture, let us hear a solidarity message coming from the chairperson of the Cooperative Development Authority. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, a warm virtual applause to Honorable Undersecretary Joseph B. and Cabo. Let us hear this virtual message to all of us.
Isang mapagpalang araw po sa inyong lahat. Sa paggunita ng National Cooperative Month ngayong taon na ito, nais ko pong ipaabot ang buong pusong pagbati sa ating mga kababayan at kasapi sa kooperatiba. Naging kabahagi po kayo ng cooperative development sa pagpapabuti at pagpapaunlad ng ating kilusan kahit sa banta ng pandemya. Taas noo naming kinikilala ang bawat kontribusyon at sakripisyo ng mga kooperatiba para sa sektor at sa ating bansa. Tulad ng aking ipinangako, katuwang ninyo ang Cooperative Development Authority tungo sa pagbabago. Naririto kami upang gabayan, pagyabungin, at magbigay ng walang humpay na serbisyo para sa ating sektor. Naway maging instrumental ang selebrasyon na ito upang magkaisa tayong lahat. Walang maiiwan, Dahil sa matatag na samahan ng kooperatiba, sama-sama tayong babangon at aangat tungo sa tagumpay. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Happy Co-op Month to all cooperatives. Mabuhay po ang kooperatiba ng ating bansa.
Thank you so much for that message, Dr. or Yusek and Kabo.
Sir
Now, let us-
Sandro, good afternoon. Allow
Yeah.
me to acknowledge the presence of our Executive Vice President, Professor Alberto Gilio, who have been very supportive to the program. Sir, thank you so much for joining. Thank you, Sir Sandro.
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am Dang. Welcome, and we're so glad that our Executive Vice President is also joining us in this conference. Magandang hapon po, Professor Alberto Gilio, our Executive Vice President. Now let us all witness the presentation of the Philippine Cooperative Center's program in the light of the Cooperatives Readiness. May I call on the chairperson of the Philippine Cooperative Center, Dr. Garibaldi O. Leonardo.
Thank you, Professor Sandro and Flora. And good afternoon, everyone. In behalf of the Philippine Cooperative Center, I wish to thank PUP's Department of Cooperatives and Social Development, of the College of Social Science and Development for hosting this afternoon's International Conference on Cooperatives Future Readiness, in partnership with the ASEAN Cooperative Organization, or ACO, and PCC. Well, before I proceed with my presentation, please allow me to acknowledge PUP President Dr. Manuel Muhi, as well as our Executive Vice President, PUP CSSC Dean Dr. Raul Roland Sebastian, PUP CSSD DCSD Chairperson Dr. Dang San Gabriel, ACO President Dato Dr. Abdul Fatah Abdullah, CDA Chair Yusek Joy Cabo, ICA Asia Pacific Regional Director Balu Ayer, and of course, my fellow director and our vice chair at PCC, multi-titled Father Anton Pascual. I'm here to share with you some of our programs that are geared towards helping ensure the readiness of our cooperatives to recover from the continuing effects, as well as from the aftermath of this pandemic, and thereafter for them to thrive in the next or better normal, which we are looking forward and praying hard to experiencing soon. Can we move to the next slide? Okay. Well, much of this is reflected in, taken from, and practically mirrors the cooperative sector's strategic plan and its accompanying operational plan. Both plans were jointly crafted by PCC, the United Co-op Movement Philippines, or UCMP, and other cooperative leaders. We subsequently presented and submitted both to CDA Chair Yusek Joy Cabo with an offer to reconcile this with the strategic and operational plans drafted by CDA. You will note from the other slides, which I will be sharing later, that most, if not all, of these plans are intended to help ensure our cooperatives' readiness. Also, we have broken down these plans by cluster. All these plans are meant to support the vision for the cooperative sector, which directly takes off from the 2030 ICA vision for cooperatives. Said vision is for the Philippine cooperative to be looked upon as the model preferred by the people, the acknowledged leader in sustainability, and the fastest growing form of enterprise. Its accompanying mission is to empower and uplift the lives of cooperative members and their communities. Next slide. So where in our plans do we see the desire for our co-ops readiness in each of the clusters? Firstly, for the financial services cluster, we have always wanted, for decades now, to put in place an integrated co-op financial system. This is to be characterized by synergies among the different subclusters, federations, and primaries that make it up. We look forward to the day when we could see, for instance, one co-op insurance, one co-op asset management, one co-op mutual fund, one co-op bank, one credit co-op federation, one co-op central fund, and so on and so forth, all with a common set of standards for co-ops. Same with the co-op deposit insurance system and the co-op stabilization fund. We had also wanted and tried to bring together our federations engaged in digitalization for them to see how they can interface their respective digital platforms in one co-op ecosystem. Lastly, in this regard, we put ourselves to task in spearheading consultations on co-ops tax exemption, both at the national and local levels. Next slide. For the Agri-Agra, Aqua, Dairy, and Fisheries cluster, we see our farmers transforming to agri-entrepreneurs, and also our agri-co-op sector engaging more in value-adding processing activities as major imperatives. But how do we help ensure their readiness? Well, for one, we think it's best that we have the pertinent agri-co-op data on hand, and as much as possible, breaking this up by crop, by area, by region, etc. We would wish that our farmers be able to organize themselves, say into cooperatives, at the very least, pursue big brother, small brother partnerships with our agri-based cooperatives. Also, technical as it may sound to some of them, we would wish that they increasingly get engaged in value chain. Even at the farm level, we should gear towards centralized storage and distribution facilities. A most welcome development in this regard is the very worthy initiative taken by USAID partner, the Grow Co-op Consortium, which is spearheaded by Agri-Co-op Philippines, the Federation of People Sustainable Development Cooperative, or FPSDC, the Nueva Segovia Consortium of Cooperatives, or NSCC, Sorosoro Ibaba Development Cooperative, or SIDC, and among the partners of which is PCC. GROW, G-R-O-W, is actually an acronym for Generating Rural Opportunities by Working with Cooperatives. The group's most recent output is a draft of the Agricultural Co-op Development Agenda, or ACDA, which in the vernacular translates to author. In all these, and specifically for our farmers, I'd like to stress this: education is key. For this purpose, the proliferation of model farms and farm schools, together with the sharing of success stories and best practices, could help ensure the readiness of our agri-co-ops and farmers. Next slide. For the consumers, marketing, producers, and logistics cluster, our plans are basically directed at being able to put in place an integrated marketing, production, and distribution system, which is anchored on a digital value chain, by means of which we hope to be able to mainstream our co-op products. A centralized distribution system in each major region, punctuated by a centralized storage facility, should help ensure the readiness of our cooperatives that are engaged in this effort. A robust database on the co-ops involved in this undertaking will also be a great help. Next slide. For the human services cluster, which is made up of cooperatives that are into health, housing, and labor service, our co-ops readiness hinges to some extent, if not to a large extent, on how healthy our members and employees are, how adequately their basic needs are addressed, as in the case of our workers and labor service co-ops, and how safe and secure they are in their respective homes, as in the case of our housing co-ops. Which is why our plans for this cluster would include, first, matching the healthcare needs of our members with the necessary hospitals, healthcare facilities, and health insurance, including and particularly for the elderly. Second, being recognized by the government not only as beneficiaries but also as partners in its various assistance programs, as in the case of our workers' co-ops. And third, providing quality, affordable housing facilities to co-op members as much as possible in partnership with cooperative banks. Next slide. We also dream to be the most sought after public utility and transport service providers, but for which we need to contend with challenges relating to registration and renewal of the franchises of our electric and water utility service cooperatives. Next slide. But of specific concern at the present moment are the transport service cooperatives. This is particularly in the light of issues relating to the implementation of the Public Utility Modernization Program, or PUVM. Foremost among these would be the seeming discrepancy in the allocation of routes in favor of private entities over transport service cooperatives, and the experienced delays in access to the necessary financing, which is due in turn to delayed approval of franchises. These and other related concerns are bound to bear on the readiness of the transport cooperatives concerned. Thus, PCC has joined the Transport Service Co-op Federations in legislative hearings that have been called for the purpose of hearing out the concerns of our transport service cooperatives. Next slide. Finally, for the education and advocacy cluster, the mainstreaming of the cooperative agenda and the advancing of the cooperative cause are seen as major interventions for the cooperative's overall readiness to face the next or better normal. The development of intellectual capital is very important in ensuring the success of any organization. And cooperatives are not any different. Lobbying for the cooperative cause, both with our legislators and with the different agencies of government, also falls under the realm of this cluster. PCC is also pushing hard on strengthening our cooperative unions, particularly in those regions where union presence is particularly weak. Last slide. So as with the other clusters, an integrated knowledge and resource management system is also desired in the education and advocacy cluster. Moreover, strengthening of partnerships is high on the sector's list, notably with the Cooperative Development Authority and the academe. This is especially so with regard to the accreditation of training providers, the standardization of training modules, and the delineation of the roles of federations vis-a-vis the unions, particularly with regard to training. Thus, readiness of cooperatives bears significantly on this cluster. By way of closing, and without belaboring the point that Father Anton, CEO Edwin, and I have been sounding out in various fora, we at PCC believe that for the sector as a whole and for each of these clusters, key to our co-op's future readiness is our ability, and more importantly, our desire, first, to consolidate our resources. Second, to integrate our programs and activities and even our aspirations. And third, to unite our leadership. Thank you all for listening, and happy National Cooperative Month.
Thank you so much, Dr. Garibaldi Leonardo, for laying down the plans and program of the Philippine Cooperative Center and providing us this framework. So later on, ladies and gentlemen, if you have your question, kindly put all these questions in the chat box, and later on we'll be reading all of these questions before our guests. Thank you so much once again, Sir Gary.
Okay,
Laura?
this afternoon, we are delighted to be given the opportunity to hear a message from the Asian Cooperative Organization, or ACO.
It is of great pride to call the president of the Asian Cooperative Organization to give his message to all of us. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Dato Dr. Abdul Fattah Abdullah. Let's give him a virtual round of applause.
Hello and greetings, our cooperative members of the Philippines. I, Dato Abdul Fattah Abdullah, the President of ANCASA and President of ASEAN Cooperative Organization, would like to wish upon this event the International Conference of Cooperatives. Future Readiness, with the theme Advancing Futures Ready Cooperative to meet the objective of highlighting youth and women participation in cooperative, promoting academic research and instilling cooperative value and practice to the mass. I would also like to extend my sincere congratulations to the College of Social Science and Development, Polytechnic University of Philippines on organizing this event. To cooperative members and the people of Philippines, Happy Cooperative Day. Let's rebuild better together, stronger, and rise from the pandemic towards rebuilding a sustainable future for all.
Membuka minda, membuka jiwa demi kejayaan kita. Koperasi, koperasi.
Thank you very much. Again, His Excellency, Dato Dr. Abdul Fattah Abdullah. Laura?
ANCASA video, live. We also have the live Dr. Dato. You're on mute, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon.
sir.
Yeah. How are you?
We're good. And how about you,
Okay.
sir?
Very good.
All right, your audio is okay now. So
Okay.
please, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, President of Polytechnic University of Philippines. Dr. Raul Roland, Dr. Hilda, Mr. Baluaya, Regional Director of ICAAP, Dr. Garibaldi, Chairperson, Philippine Cooperative Center, PCC. Congratulations on your new appointment. Mr. Edwin, Chief Executive Officer, PCC, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of ASEAN Cooperative Organization, or ACO, and ANCASA, I would like to thank the PUP for inviting me and the others, three counterparts of ACO, to participate in this international conference on cooperative future and readiness. Data on cooperative in ASEAN, Malaysia have numbers 14,625 unit and members 6.4 million. Singapore 8.7 unit, numbers 1.2 million. Cooperative League of Thailand 8,000 unit, members 2 million. The Copin 123 unit, members 22.4 million. Brunei 1315 unit, numbers around 330,000. Vietnam 22,000 unit, members 6 million. Laos around 4,000 unit. That's our strength in ASEAN. ACO was set up to lead and improve the strategic relationship between cooperative movement in ASEAN countries. All 10 countries in ASEAN are ACO members. This strategy will help in implementation of wide range of activities that will benefit all cooperatives in this region. ACO membership comprise of the cooperative aspect or holding cooperative from ASEAN countries. ACO was founded by a joint declaration of representation of ASEAN cooperative movement to constitute itself into the ASEAN Cooperative Organization, or ACO. We was executed on 6 December 1977 in Jakarta by the representative of the COFIN, Indonesia, ANCASA, Malaysia, Cooperative Insurance System of Philippines, Singapore National Cooperative Union Limited Singapore, and Cooperative League of Thailand. Since then, ACO played its important role as an entity that represents the cooperative movement either at national and international level in order to support the fulfill its objectives in line with Bangkok Declaration on August 8,
1967, creating equality based on vision, mission, and identity of ASEAN. Early, ACO was supervised by Indonesian Cooperative Council or the COPIN. However, from September 16, 2014 and up to today, I have been nominated as the president of ACO by the majority of council members. From there on, ACO office was shifted from Jakarta to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I am also the president of Angkasa and president of ACO, so our office in the same office at Angkasa, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. ACO was registered officially as a non-governmental organization or NGO at the Office of Registrar of Society (ROS) National Department on 3rd of January 2015. On last 13 August 2020, the Malaysian Registrar of Society had approved the proposal amendment of ACO Constitution. All information was uploaded electronically, communication with their officer, with also virtually. During the pandemic, since March 18, 2020, Malaysia and like other countries were placed restricted movement control or MCO. Our ACO AGM 2020 meeting was conducted virtually. All cooperative leaders from ASEAN country attend the meeting through Zoom. Our cooperative leaders all are not young, but they have successfully registered themselves in Zoom meet session. We all supervise in the jungle from this technology. At my age, it is a challenge for me to embrace this latest know-how, but because of you, to be part of the Gen Z generation, to be in line with the IR 4.0, Industry Revolution 4.0, and the pandemic forced me to learn. At Angkasa, for instance, we have transformed our BA Stratos, Basic Necessity program from manual retail process to e-commerce platform. Total population of ASEAN country from up to 2020 amounted estimated 661.5 million. While ASEAN total trade in good intra-ASEAN, extra-ASEAN from 2010 to 2019 is approximately US dollar 2.8 million. 2.8 trillion. Okay? Looking at the total population of ASEAN country and the huge amount of trading will give a great impact to our cooperative cooperation and e-commerce trade. This platform benefited our region, cooperative activity, trading, and other social economy. Today, Raja Ada Jasmine, the director of ROBO. ROBO is consultancy. Chandrabat is partner with Angkasa. We brief you about on this transformation in her presentation entitled shaping the future of commerce. She has assisted Angkasa by developing the GMAT-based platform and GMAT shop platform to help easy the issue on retailing and warehousing, like pricing, middlemen, financing, and distribution channel. The annual general meeting of Angkasa 2020 or MAPA on this coming November 13 are on e-voting system called e-MAPA. The registration of candidate on 14 October 2021, we all done successfully through electronic voting system called e-Undi MAPA. The system runs smoothly at minimum disturbance of Wi-Fi due to weather condition. Both systems were developed in-house by our IT expert. We thank to the pandemic that let us be more creative and innovative with our way to doing things in the new normal. We embark from the paper and pen voting system to EVS at MAPA Assembly. The voters and the representative of cooperative in Malaysia, we vote online. I urge all cooperative members of ASEAN country to embrace this new platform. We Angkasa and ACO are willing to help. In fact, I wish to tell you more on our development electronically, but will lead the ACO presenter to deliver it. Like Mr. Alamunayandi, the advisor to ACO Cooperative Development on his paper entitled Digital Banking, Transforming Service of Today and Tomorrow. I have so much to share, but of the little time, nevertheless, we will find some other time for more discussion. Feel free to browse www.angkasa.com. In conclusion, the theme, Advancing Future Ready Cooperative, will bring a great possibility and opportunity for all the cooperative in the Asia region to continue working in harmony to conduct business across the region and increase prosperity to our representation population in ASEAN, approximately around 661.5 billion. I wish all success to Polytechnic University of Philippines, College of Social Science and Development, Department of Cooperative and Social Development of International Conference. Thank you very much.
Once again, let's give a round virtual applause to His Excellency Datu Dr. Abdul Fattah Abdullah. Thank you so much, His Excellency.
And now, may we hear another recorded solidarity message from the Regional Director of the International Cooperative Alliance for Asia and Pacific. Let's all welcome him with a warm virtual applause, Mr. Balasubramanian Balu Ayer.
Hello, my name is Balasubramanian Iyer, and I'm the Regional Director for the International Cooperative Alliance, Asia and Pacific. Thank you very much
Share
for
sound, please share sound.
the AP to deliver a solidarity message. Hello, my name is Balasubramanian Iyer, and I'm the Regional Director for the International Cooperative Alliance, Asia and Pacific. Thank you very much for inviting the ICA AP to deliver a solidarity message. I am pleased that the Philippines Cooperative Center, the Polytechnic
sound.
University of the Philippines, Hello, my name is Balasubramanian Iyer, and I'm the Regional Director for the International Cooperative Alliance, Asia and Pacific. Thank you very much for inviting the ICA AP to deliver a solidarity message. I am pleased that the Philippines Cooperative Center, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and the ASEAN Cooperative Organization have come together to organize a discussion on the topic of future-ready cooperatives. In light of the pandemic, we need to see how cooperatives can prepare, address, and thrive going forward. The International Day of Cooperatives this year was built around the theme Rebuild Better Together. To rebuild battered economies, to make it better for the community and the environment, and to show that while individually vulnerable, we can do more together. Cooperatives in the Asia Pacific region have started rebuilding better together. In Australia, the Business Council of Cooperatives and Mutuals has shown that cooperatives play an important part in economic recovery by virtue of being resilient and stable businesses. The Australian government has recognized cooperatives and for the first time listed them alongside other business structures. The Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative, IFCO in India, has developed nano fertilizers which can reduce the exposure of fertilizers and improve urea application, thus reducing harmful effects on the soil, protect plants, and improve crop yield. In Japan, the Japanese Workers' Cooperative Union was successful in getting the Workers' Cooperative Act passed during the pandemic. The act will allow them to create diverse employment opportunities for vulnerable people and to implement businesses to meet diverse needs in the local communities. In the Philippines, the consumer cooperatives have developed new cooperative stores to promote member products, bring producers and consumers closer, and create an environment to attract the young to cooperatives. I hope during your event, examples will be highlighted about how cooperatives in the Philippines and ACO countries have responded to the COVID-19 pandemic and how they are preparing themselves for the future. Cooperatives have proven to be resilient during the pandemic, and we need to ensure that we are able to do so going forward. I wish your event all success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Balasub Ramanian Balu Iyer or Ear. I hope I did pronounce and give justice to pronouncing your name. All right, we are all excited at this very moment as we all witness the virtual signing of the Memorandum of Agreement for an enduring cooperative partnership between the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and the ASEAN Cooperative Organization or ACO. May I request our university officials, led by our president, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, to be represented in by our executive vice president and the chair of the university's 117th founding anniversary, Professor Alberto C. Gilio. From the PUP Office of the International Affairs, we have Dr. Jonna Carla Bien, the Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Development, Dr. Raul Roland Sebastian, and of course, from the ASEAN Cooperative Organization, His Excellency, Dato Dr. Abdul Fattah Abdullah. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now witnessing the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement between the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and ACO, or ASEAN Cooperatives Organization. May I request everyone Let us all open our camera as we witness this momentous event. Witnessing the landmark signing, I call upon everyone to be part of this historic day. And by the way, October also marks the celebration of the Cooperative Month. Happy Cooperative Month, everyone. This partnership has been sealed for an endearing cooperation and collaboration. Once again, let's give everyone a virtual round of applause for this momentous event. And let's have a photo opportunity for everyone. Right, so do we have already a good shot of the picture, or are we going still to request some more?
Okay, wait. Another
All right.
one.
Okay, can we again request our partners from AZO, our
Oh.
university officials, and all the other participants kindly open all our cameras for this momentous event, for this signing of the Memorandum of Agreement. Please be part of this historic day. Thank you so much.
Yes. Number 6.
Okay. Slide number 6.
Okay, one
Go,
more.
ma'am.
Number 7.
And by the way, we have 25 frames. Go ahead, Ma'am Angie, please.
Number 9. One more. Number 10.
Just keep smiling.
11. 12.
Almost half now. Okay, way to go. Go ahead, Doc Angie.
14. 15. 16. 17. 18. Hey, wait. Okay. Next, 19. Okay, lapit na. Next. 20. 21.
4.
4. And 25. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank
All right,
you,
thank you.
everyone.
ACO
Congratulations.
and cooperators.
All right, at this onset, we're now going to present a very short video of our partners of this event. Tech team.
Asia Pro Multi-Purpose Cooperative is the pioneer workers' cooperative in the Philippines. Since we were formed in 1999 by 60 active member owners, we have grown exponentially in terms of membership. Now in our 22nd year, we have around 44,000 members nationwide. As a cooperative enterprise committed to provide livelihood opportunities to the marginalized sector, we live by our purpose, inspiring meaningful and fulfilled lives with our members. This is affirmed by providing access to more than 300,000 jobs in the course of 20 years. We provide customized managed services to various mainstream industries such as agribusiness provides agricultural services to its clients and executes end-to-end farm operations and solutions, from the nursery stage up to packing and delivery. Independent Sales Service Provider is our first business platform which provides sales and marketing services currently, but not limited to, agri-based multinational companies. As partner, we take charge of demand generating go-to-market activities such as face-to-face meetings with customers, farmers meetings and harvest festivals among others. Aviation and Logistics is a Manila International Airport Authority accredited business that provides services in station management. As aviation industry has been greatly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, we have expanded into other business opportunities which gave rise to warehousing and logistics. As of July 2021, we were able to provide cold storage checker services, engineering support services, and warehousing and logistics services to various clients. Independent Manufacturing Group or IMG is one of our business platforms engaged in toll manufacturing for various industries. We operate, manage, and maintain engagements in the field of manufacturing as this way partner clients can focus on their core business functions. Construction Group is currently involved in civil works and fit-outs which strengthened our project management and execution. Our construction group under Asia Pro is the first worker cooperative in the Philippines to have acquired the Philippines Contractors Accreditation Board (PCAB) license. Managed Services Group is engaged with clients in various industries such as retail, merchandising, manufacturing, to name a few. Our group provides customized managed services in the form of undertake, operate, manage and maintain operations with the clients. By partnering with us, you are also becoming our partner for social progress by providing livelihood opportunities to the marginalized sector. Connect with us, and become our partner now.
All right, and now we're back. Before anything else, I would just like to recognize the presence of the founding director of the Institute of Cooperatives, our boss, Sir Romulo T. Marti. Hello, sir, and welcome to this conference as well. All right, Flora.
Okay, let us now proceed to listening our first plenary speaker for this conference. He is a proud alumnus of the Ateneo de Manila University and the founder and CEO of Cadena Hub, the first Philippine blockchain incubation hub. He is also the president of Traction Technology Service Cooperative, one of the founding cooperators of DG Co-op Technology Service Cooperative Federation.
With the aim to build a technology strategy providing relevant and innovative solutions to the locally expanding businesses. His key focus is mainly on driving new business by growing and diversifying client-based portfolio, accelerating growth plans, building engagement initiatives, as well as training and mentorship.
Dear cooperators, let us all listen to his presentation titled DG Co-op Future-Proofing the Philippine Cooperative Sector. A warm virtual applause for Mr. Joshua Allen Santos, the representative of DG Co-op. Good afternoon, Mr. Joshua Allen Santos.
You're still muted, sir.
Technical team, please.
It's still muted. Tech team, kindly unmute. All right.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi there. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction. Before I share my screen, is it okay if I ask participation from our audience? If you're here and you're from Luzon, can you give a clap emoji or a clap emoticon? And if you're from Visayas, can I ask for a thumbs up emoticon? And if you're from Mindanao, a heart emoticon. And if you're not from the Philippines and if you're from outside, can I ask for a confetti emoticon on our chat so that we see if we're all here together and we're ready to listen and just to see where we are at here in this conference. So thank you for your participation, everyone. And let me share my screen to my presentation. Okay. Okay, before I start, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be a part of this endeavor. Sure. Okay. Hello?
Yes, you're coming loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. I think my screen is okay. Okay. We appreciate all the
Okay, I think we're having some problem with his presentation. All right. For Santos, I hope.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Ayan. Hopefully
Okay, you're back.
this would be I'm back. I'm back.
All right,
Thank you,
please,
sir. Thank you,
go
sir.
proceed.
Okay. So happy Cooperative Month to all of us. Let us proceed with the topic at hand. So future-proofing the cooperative sector in the Philippines. So first, let us ask a series of questions. The first would be, are you future-proof? Future-proof ka ba? And what does that entail? Seeing that most companies and businesses are going digital and cashless, even before the pandemic, were we, the co-op sector, ready to adapt along with the world? Were the impacts of the pandemic cushioned because of our preparedness, our future-proofness? With the changing and trying times, were we ready? With that being said, let us ask, where are we now in this future-proofing goal? How are we, as the co-op sector, adapting to change and adopting technology today? Let us look at some data on worldwide adoption of digital tools. It says that 43% of leading cooperatives worldwide use digital tools to engage their members in governance and decision-making. Aside from this, data also shows that leading cooperatives are not far behind Fortune 500 companies, which are the biggest companies in the world. It says here that 300 of the biggest co-ops are not far behind in terms of social media use. Nowadays, maximization of digital tools like social media is seen as a way to engage members, especially in our country, where we contribute as one of the leading countries in Facebook and Messenger use. So why not capitalize on that, right? Aside from using platforms made by tech giants like Facebook and the others, other cooperatives from other countries are building their cooperative platforms. One of which is Modo.coop. It's a ride-sharing platform that is a cooperative. It's their own version of Grab or Uber or whatever else ride-sharing application there is, where the drivers, along with their vehicles, own the platform itself. Another one is Fairmondo. It's an e-commerce platform that is a cooperative as well, where members buy and sell their local products in its marketplace. It's having your Amazon or Shopee or Lazada, but instead of Jeff Bezos and a few owners, this is owned by the co-op. But unfortunately, in the local setting, there is no significant data available to show the level of technology adoption. But it is generally considered to be low. And low technology adoption leads to blank. I purposely put blank there so you could fill in the blank. It's up to you how you will fill up that blank, but other people are saying, and this has been one of the more familiar calls to action to all businesses today and over the past years, which is to digitize or die. So, a bit grim as I may see it, no? We can see it's a bit grim. But we are seeing this unfold every day with businesses closing because of not being able to adapt with the digital world. So what should we do to address this? How do we future-proof our cooperative sector? Ano ang dapat natin gawin? There's a lot to be done, actually, but I have listed here 3 major things we should do to start. The first one is to continuously innovate. We should be able to keep up with the emerging technologies around us and focus on better technologies. In technology, obsolescence is the competition. It's not Gcash versus Paymaya versus any other competition. It's obsolescence. It's the main competition of every tech company or any technology-based platforms. If your technology is not adopting, changing, and does not bring anything new, we will be faced with being a legacy or a sunset technology. A bit of example, no? Look at Nokia. They have been leading the cell phone industry early 2000s, late 1990s, but was made obsolete because they did not invest in the development of new technologies and was overtaken by Apple and Android phones. They failed to innovate. So that's number 1, continuously innovate. Number 2, member experience or rethink member experience, or in the tech world, as they say, user experience is king. It is king in the tech world, user experience. It is now the norm to have the users and members be the priority when developing platforms. Convenience and accessibility is the key. And that's why we will discuss the strategies later for this accessibility and convenience. And number 3 is add livelihood access. We believe that what differentiates the cooperative platforms to the rest of the platforms out there is that the level of economic participation is decentralized. Every member can use the platform for their own livelihood, making the platform a lively ecosystem, a cooperative ecosystem. So what do we have to do? How to be future-proof? Philippine co-ops have to, and this is where user experience comes into play now. We go where it is more convenient and accessible. Adoption of mobile digital tools are the way to go now. Maybe the pandemic has fast-tracked the adoption of this kind of technology since we were all forced to use alternative means of doing business because of the protocols that hinders us to do business face-to-face. Much like now, no? Everyone here, as much as we'd all want to meet face-to-face, kahit gusto ko po kayo makita right in front of me and we can go have a chat and enjoy each other's company in a venue, we can't. And that's why we should design and build products or services on the cloud for portability and ease of update. Then roll out with mobile devices being the primary channel for improved member experience and convenience. This is what they call a cloud-first and mobile-first strategy. Because whether we like it or not, everyone here has incorporated the use of cloud services in their daily life through Facebook, Messenger, Viber, online banking, online shopping, research, and many more. And the good thing is acceptance is rapidly increasing. Much like now, what we're doing now, no? We're in Zoom. We can access our meeting on the go because it is a cloud-first, mobile-first platform. Another thing that we should do, no, as the Philippine cooperatives should do, is choose the right technology platform. The right technology platform should be open and flexible to build more apps and systems. It should be interoperable and interconnected, and creates and promotes an ecosystem. Aside from choosing the right technology platform, we should choose the right technology partner. The partner should be innovative, agile, flexible, fast. And this is very important. Uses modern technology. We want to avoid that obsolescence that we were talking about a while ago. And leads you to long-term digitalization goal. Long-term means future-proofing. A partner that won't just offer products, but a partner that would help and build with you. Build with you. Yun yung keyword. That's the keyword, is building together the necessary tools, and that is future-proofing. So with all that, who are we and what are we doing to future-proof the Philippine cooperatives? We are DigiCoop, and our mission here in DG Co-op is to unite and serve member cooperatives using technology by enabling individual members to build their own wealth, to participate in a lively ecosystem, and to pass on their cooperative legacy to the next tech adept generation. Who is this next tech adept generation? This is all the students here. This is us. This is everyone in this Zoom meeting. We are the next tech adept generation, or we were forced to be the next tech adept generation. We don't want to stop in just automating the cooperative's back office, but we want to impact even the lives of individual members by creating opportunities for livelihood. And I just want to acknowledge some of the attendees here who are the founding members and the founding partners, some of which are here in this forum. And I would like to thank you for your initiative for doing this future-proofing of the cooperatives, mga kamay-ari. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Sir Joseph.
Sige,
I'm sorry.
sir.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sige po.
Proceed.
Okay. So, and we have been growing and growing because they see the value of this cooperative platform ecosystem. More and more partners have been onboarded or oriented in this platform of being future-proof. And we have been future-proofing numerous cooperatives even in the midst of this pandemic, because when should we do it if not now? That's our call, no? If not today, when? So it should be now when it is most needed. And we have been going around Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao trying to give out, trying to partner with our fellow cooperatives to be part of this digital platform. And because of all these efforts to future-proof the sector that was ideated just this 2019, even before the pandemic, we have partnered and served numerous federations, unions, primary cooperatives, and individual members. This is because DigiCoop is designed to have 3 levels of economic participation, where the platform, cooperatives, and the members all have added livelihood. So what are they saying about DigiCoop? Let us read a few. So let me read from Ms. Carol Salamat, General Manager of Birhen ng Bayang San Mateo. Sabi niya po, malaking tulong ang DigiCoop sa Birhen ng Bayang San Mateo Cooperative dahil sa dagdag na kita na binibigay nito sa amin. Another one from Richard Rosales from Magsige MPC in Mindanao. DigiCoop plays a vital role in our day-to-day operations. Its features that are greatly helping the members are its e-load, paying bills safely and securely from the convenience of their homes, the cashless payments for the purchases in one Co-op Mart through the DigiCoop Circle Card and securing their insurances, and a lot more. Because of these testimonies and the value that the sector sees in this future-proofing, growth was very fast. On the left is August 2020, just 4 months after rollout, and after 1 year, we have reached more cooperatives in the country. And this is just the beginning. We assure you, this is just the beginning. We will be doing a lot more together, and we will be building the cooperative platform together. So why join DigiCoop? And why form DigiCoop in the first place? We have our A, B, C, and D here. A is we want to attract the tech-savvy generation to the co-op movement and cement our legacy. Younger generations need to know and experience the beauty of the cooperative movement. Letter B is we want to be better than investor-owned firms and companies. We don't want just to be at par, but we want to be better. Letter C, let us create more opportunities that will benefit us. Instead of patronizing investor-owned services, which we can also offer, let us create our own that would benefit everyone. Letter D is drive loyalty and patronage by serving members better in a lively ecosystem. Ika nga po ni Father Anton Pascual, no? Let's make our cooperative version of everything. Bakit hindi po natin simulan? If we can do it, why not? That's the question, why not? So what is a platform ecosystem? A platform ecosystem is a tech-driven ecosystem where members have mutual dependence on multi-system platforms. So this promotes interoperability, interconnectedness, and independence. What does interoperability mean? Because we are in a single platform. I am a cooperative in Luzon, and I have relatives in Visayas and in Mindanao, but I want to transact with them. But there's a cooperative also in Visayas and Mindanao. Why not connect with them instead of using other third-party systems? Let's maximize our presence in the grassroots by using a single platform. We are interoperable, we are interconnected, but the same time retaining our independence as cooperatives. So DigiCoop, this is a platform ecosystem. So we have our user layer. The first layer is for our members. This is our cloud-first, mobile-first strategies. Make everything accessible through the mobile app, web app, and the business centers, which are the anchor project of DigiCoop. It has our own payment gateway, Insurance Connect, Pillars Portal, Marketplace, Remittance, e-voting, e-learning, member management, credit score, and many, many more. These are just some of the few. But we can't be in our own bubble. We need to also be interoperable with other players. And that's why we have this. We have the integration layer, which we connect to other players in the country. We have our EMI license that allows us to connect with other banks, with other microfinancial institutions, and many, many more. We have our logistics, we have our auto fare collection, POS, e-commerce, agri-tech, and CTM. This is co-op made and all Filipino developed. Another one is we have our core layer. Some of which in this core layer is our core banking system, which does savings deposits, loan origination, loan processing, dividends disbursement, membership status, general ledger, and our core insurance systems, which has premium calculator, e-policy generator, claims processing, reinsurance, collection, and remittance. Our co-op ERP, the purchasing, receivables, payables, warehousing, inventory, harvest consolidation. And lastly, we have our core analytics systems. And with that, we become more powerful than any other platforms. And this is cooperative, that we will have power in big data. So we have all these layers, we have all these technicalities and products and technologies. But simply, this is what we want the cooperatives to be. We want ourselves to be the virtual version of our own GCash, our own Lazada, our own BankNet, our own Grab, our own Octopus or Beep Card, and be the physical version of Bayad Center, LBC, Cebuana, Mercury Drug, Southstar Drug, or 7-Eleven, because we can do it. And to be able to do that, to be able to realize all this, we have equipped DigiCoop with the necessary muscle to scale this platform. First, we are BSP, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, licensed, EMI licensed. So what is EMI po? It's an electronic money issuer. And what does that do? Sino po ba ang mga may EMI sa Pilipinas po? Ang mga may EMI po ay si GCash, sila PayMaya, sila Coins, sila GrabPay, and others. And we are proud to say that DigiCoop is part of that circle, that we are as equipped as them. Aside from BSP license, we are also PCI DSS level 1 and level 2 certified. This is an international security standards for payments so that all our transactions are secure. We are also part of PPMI, which allows us to do interbank, InstaPay, and PesoNet transactions. We are Visa enabled, BankNet enabled, and we are certified by the National Privacy Commission. And these are just some of our partners to enable a growing and scalable platform. Because of that muscling up that I just said a while ago, we can stand proud and say that DigiCoop is your new GCash. What they can do, the co-ops can do, if not better. Better because we are in a cooperative ecosystem. So if you can see on the poster, everything that GCash can do, we can do. So let's patronize this. Aside from this, we have our CoopNet. CoopNet is your new BankNet. This is not your ordinary legacy ATM withdrawal machine. This has cash-in features plus all the latest technology trends. QRPH, bills payments, e-load, remittance, insurance, other wallet transfers, and other bank transfers. This is built by the co-op sector. This is our own. We will not be connecting to any third parties like BankNet. We will be the one to maximize this. This is our own co-op net. So with all this being said, the technologies and everything, I think the only last thing to say is we would like to invite you to join us because we are here to help and we want us to strive together to be future-proof. So future-proof your cooperative today. If you want to know more, follow us on Facebook and send us an email through info@digicoop.ph. Thank you and good afternoon to everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Sir Joshua. The National Confederation of Cooperatives, or NATCO, and the Philippine Federation of Credit Cooperatives, or PFCCO, recently launched the Kaya 2.0, an improved version of the Kaya payment platform. Today, let us listen to the Chief Executive Officer of NATCO to discuss the Kaya 2.0 digitized together or digitalized together. A round virtual applause to Engineer Sylvia Paraguya.
Thank you very much, Sandro. Thank you very much for inviting us here and making us part of this international conference. I'll first set up my slides. I hope I'm loud and clear right now. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're
I'm
coming
sorry
loud and
if
clear,
you were
ma'am.
yes, I'm sorry if you will hear the frogs. I'm actually locked down in our farm here in Bukidnon, the best place to be. No. So, magandang hapon. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum. Mayada hapon. We would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate. And today I have been asked to present our Kaya 2 version, but I think what I have titled my presentation is Kaya 2 digitalized together. We can digitalize together. But before I present my I do my presentation on the specifics of Kaya, I would like to share my thoughts on future readiness of cooperatives because digitalization is just a piece of what is needed. First, let us look at what the future looks like. Ano ba ang new normal? COVID has changed the way we have been operating, and I borrow this slide used by one of our presenters in the NATCO National Congress of the Managers. So there are 5 elements of the new normal. One, it's a dispersed productive workforce. So since the lockdown, we have seen that we need to blend our work. For the case of NATCO, 90% of us have been working from home. Only 10% stays at the headquarters as skeleton force. Number 2, you really need a mobile strategy. We know that our phones are now become our camera. You do everything on the phone right now. Third, you need to embrace automation. And 4, it's a new age of innovation across the 9 types of innovation. And number 5, you need to look at risk management. So this is the new normal, and we have to look at how we can adapt to the new normal. In the case of NATCO, this is how we define a future-ready cooperative. First, a future-ready cooperative should be operating in a prudentially sound way. In the onset of COVID, we know that cooperatives which were really good in their operations continue to have very good financial ratios. But those which are already struggling before COVID, now they have more difficulties in terms of their liquidity and even more so in terms of their collection. Number 2, if you want to be future ready, you should focus on your members. You should maximize the value for the members. You should grow your membership, and you should be inclusive. Here, we would like to emphasize that the cooperative should bring in the young generation to the system. Otherwise, what will happen to a co-op? What future will you have if you are aging? Third, risk management. We all know that the Philippines is very vulnerable. We need to look at risk management at the network level. How do we protect our cooperatives? We know that there is no deposit insurance for cooperatives in the Philippines. And in NATCO, we do
Sylvia, I think we're having net connection problem with you, ma'am. Sylvia.
through our stabilization fund system. How do you do business?
Okay, so I think she's now out of the loop. So we hope our tech team can again accept Engineer Sylvia Paraguya. Meanwhile, so dear ladies and gentlemen, please do bear with us. So these things are of course expected. It is the new normal as we call. So certain technical problem are of course experienced and such. So please do bear with us. So awaiting for Engineer Sylvia Paraguya. So once again, we call upon our participants, kindly post your questions at the chat box. Later on, we'll be reading some of those questions during our open forum. All right, you're back now, ma'am. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
I am back?
Yes, you're now coming
I'm
loud and
sorry,
clear. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Sorry,
ma'am.
okay. Is it okay now?
You're coming clear now, ma'am. Go ahead.
Let me see. So can you hear me? Okay, so you have to be agile, then you have to look at digitalization, and you have to change, you have to adapt action. If there was 5 C's of credit cooperative and the members impact on have to remain to be a true cooperative. Dapat we adhere to the principles and philosophies. We should be affiliated, we should grow together. We know that a number of our cooperatives are unaffiliated. That is not the way to go to the future. You advance and face the challenges. You future-proof the co-ops. These are our services, the finance, the support services, and even the monitoring. We have our advocacies, and we remittances and payments, but the education and training, the capacity building, and the self-regulation among cooperatives. And below you will see that we're taking note of what the German cooperatives are saying, that the you cannot survive once another
All right, so please do bear again with us. So Engineer Paraguya is in Bukidnon. So it's a province in the south. So we're having a net connection problem with her. Hopefully she'd get back once again in the loop. Meanwhile, again, I would like to ask all our participants to please do accomplish our attendance for this afternoon. So it's already at the chat box. And meanwhile, we're waiting for the presentation of Engineer Paraguya. So again, I encourage everyone to please do post your chat or a question in the chat box. Engineer Paraguya, are you now ready again?
I am back and I have to distress myself.
All right, you're
Otherwise,
back
my
in the
blood
spotlight.
pressure will shoot up. So
All
I'm
right.
okay now anyway. If I'm gone, then that's part of my life right now. So this is the story of where we are. It's a long story. It's not just IT, it's loans, it's the e-learning platform. It's a bunch of packages just to strengthen the cooperatives and emphasizing that going to the future, you cannot do it alone. So here we'd like to share with you some of the cooperatives we have helped, and they have very good financial ratios. And for example, in Mindanao, we have assisted an agrarian reform community. So here you have the data that back in 2001, when they were organized, their asset was only 7,000 pesos. Before 2012, they were 274. Their asset was 611,000. We partnered with them and we infused some loans starting 2013. So in 2013, with our initial assistance, their assets grew to 7.49 millions, and now it's 60 millions. From 15 members to 274 to 1,228. Now they have 11,000 members. So we are showing you how we have assisted a co-op grow from micro to small and to medium. And in all of this, we accompanied them in terms of their computerization. Right at the start, their transactional system was there. They adapted the text blast and ATM. They adapted Kaya, and now the POS. So you will see the graph on how the red color is our loan to them, and they're able to grow their own share capital and their deposits, so that right now our infusion is almost zero. And you will saying that when you future proof, it's really a bunch of packages for the primary cooperatives. This is our integrated cooperative, very future ready. Look at how they were affected by COVID. You will see that their cash and cash equivalents increased even COVID times. Their deposit liabilities increased even with COVID. In their loans receivables, while there was a short reduction, it's back now. And their net surplus is now even higher than what they had in 2019. So we're sharing with you that especially for cooperatives now affected with COVID, the delinquency have gone very high. But if your ratios are good, look at this co-op. Started at 6% in 2019. Even with COVID, it was able to bring it down to 7%, although it reached a high of 35%. And now it's within 7%. But because their ratios are good, they're able to provide for the probable losses. So this is the type of co-op which is financially future ready. And look at the ratios. When it's a red, it's not within standard. When it's green, it's within standard. And yellow is almost within the standard. This is really what we want the cooperative to be. So here we'd like to emphasize that when you future-proof the cooperatives, the situation should be that the co-op's role is to improve their services, to improve the quality of life of the members. And a lot of things should be done by the federation to assist these cooperatives in terms of standardization of systems, shared services, the pooling of funds, and even self-regulation. So for the digitalization of cooperatives, we have developed this framework. We want to see how cooperative members can access the cooperative via the different channels. And while before we were just looking at savings and credit and payments, now you have to look at how will the governance do their work. You have virtual meetings, you have virtual assembly. How do you do membership development? You need e-learning, you need digital literacy. How do you handle your human resource, your marketing? So it's a lot of things that we need now so that the co-ops can operate online and offline. So we have a lot of digital solutions which have been developed last so many years already. And here we're showing with you our cloud-based system. This is our transactional software connecting cooperatives with branches. The biggest user would be MSU IIT, where the branches would be around 21 in the whole of Mindanao. So this allows them many ways to look at their branches, and they're able to monitor the branches. So now the Kaya, this is what we call the co-op fintech. And we want to make sure that the cooperative is part of the daily lives of the members, as the members give or send or transfer money, as they receive receive money, as you pay your bills, as you load transfer to other e-monies. And we want to make sure na bawat galaw ng miyembro kasama niya ang kooperatiba. At tama yung sinabi ng presenter ng DigiCoop, sana sa atin na lang ito within the cooperative system rather than giving it to other providers. So our Kaya is available in 4 channels, over the counter, mobile, through the ATM, and the POS. So there are benefits for using this. Right now, because of COVID, it should be good to have this. Yung convenience for the co-op members, you're saving on cost and time, and additional revenue for the cooperatives. And it allows the co-ops to offer a wide range of digital financial services. So here, I hope I can show this. Let me see. So what we have shown you is the easy way to implement Kaya, and we're able to implement it remotely. Here we're also showing you another cooperative. This is just a $1 million co-op in Corcuera. But look, they had their ATMs 2016, then they went into Kaya 2018, then they computerized their system, they have their POS. Right now, this is one of the co-ops doing very good in their POS operations. So this is just a picture that the POS can even be used when we help the government distribute the conditional cash transfer. I think this is another video. I hope you're... So here the key is how you teach the members use the platform. So we're showing you how we do it. Again, let me see how I can move it. I will end with this slide. A moment. Up. Okay, let us see if it will show.
There's no audio in the video.
Yeah, can you not hear it?
There's no audio, ma'am. Would it be okay if we just simply explain the content of the video to us? Thank you.
So this is now my last slide. Okay, so this is my last slide. Kaya as a payment platform was introduced in 2017, Council of Credit Union 2021 Digital Awards. And Kaya has a meaning, it's kooperatibang may asenso, yaman at abilidad. Kooperatiba atong yawi sa pag-asenso for those of the Visayans. So thank you very much for this presentation. We have shared with you that future-proofing the co-ops is a set of interventions. Digitalization is one of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Engineer Paraguya. So we'd just like to remind our remaining speaker to please have all your presentation in 15 minutes in the interest of time. All right, Flora?
At this onset, let us welcome our next plenary speaker, a bachelor's degree graduate in social science, majoring in development studies and development administration. from the University Science Malaysia, Pulau Pinang. His professional experience is drawn primarily from the cooperative movement in Malaysia, where he is actively involved. Likewise, he has rich experience in corporate sector.
He began his career as a lecturer in Maktab Khair Jasama, Malaysia, or Cooperative College of Malaysia, teaching cooperative laws and administration and principles of practices of cooperation. He is actively involved in research on cooperatives practices, administration, and management that led him to become the lead writer of well-known research reports. His powerful and excellent command in English and Bahasa Malaysia makes him one of the most after-sought resource person of various cooperatives organizations. He plays a big role in the Malaysian cooperative movement up until today. He has been the director and secretary of various national cooperatives actively involved in apex cooperative movements such as the Angkasa.
In recognition of his contributions to the national cooperative cause, he was awarded the CUM Golden Jubilee Meritorious Service Award in 2003 for outstanding services rendered to the growth and development of cooperatives in Malaysia. It was awarded by the Cooperative Union of Malaysia, as well as the Midlands Diamond Jubilee Meritorious Service Award in 2011. He also received the prestigious Outstanding Cooperative Personality and Leadership Award by Angkasa Wilaya Persekutan Division in 2011.
Without further ado, to discuss the topic titled Digital Banking Transforming Future of Financial Services, ACO Cooperative Development Bank, Mr. Aslay Muniandi. Let's give him our virtual round of applause.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
You're coming loud and clear. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think I will send this my paper to be shared from your side. Can you share it from your side?
All right, tech team, please. All right, Mr. Muniandi, I think your slide is already ready. So you can now proceed. Thank you.
I can't see the screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, we could see your slide now. Sir Moniandi, you can now proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity given to us, Malaysia, especially Angkasa and the ACO, on the theme International Conference on Cooperative Future and Readiness, the theme Advancing Future Ready Co-ops. I'm going to talk about digital banking, transforming future of financial services with specific reference to co-ops, drawn from the Malaysian experience and the work that ACO is going to do in the ASEAN level. I will be, as for want of time, I will be dividing my paper into three areas. What is digital banking, the areas of focus in digital banking, the 9 key components that I've highlighted, and the way forward for co-ops in digital banking. Temenos and Forbes Advisory have described digital banking as availability of banking services, banking activities and services online. The critical component here is the medium, i.e., they must, through a digital platform, perform either through a laptop, tablet, mobile phone, or such other devices of the banking activities and services that were historically only available to customers when physically inside of a bank branch. And I see one of the biggest achievements of digital banking will be in contributing to the green environment will be dispensing with paperwork. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming loud and clear, sir.
Okay.
Proceed. Thank you.
The first area of focus in digital bank formation, I'm using the word capitalization, i.e., when you want to form a digital bank, whether it is from the cooperative perspective or the non-co-op perspective, you need to have anchor shareholders. And the word that I'm going to promote here is stakeholder. What is the value that the stakeholder, the anchor shareholder that can provide to the digital bank? Two, is this initiative going to be a CPPI or purely co-op I? What is CPPI? Is it going to be a co-op, private and public initiative, or purely co-op or initiative per se? Why I'm saying that the CPPI or co-op I is important? The so-called anchor shareholders and stakeholders will be providing financing capital, not only financing capital but also human capital. And these shareholders and stakeholders must also provide a captive marketplace, customer base for us to start the business. They must have a extremely well distribution and network channels, and they must bring along brand confidence. Besides that, the so-called anchor shareholders or stakeholders or partners in the proposed digital bank must also bring about good banking technology and operations expertise. They must also provide compliance and regulatory framework experience and expertise. They must be able to provide products and service innovation. Particularly important for co-op digital banking formation is the last aspect, that is, how is the sustenance capacity of the shareholders in ensuring that the digital bank can continue its operations? I think this is a very critical point that many co-ops have to look at before going and embarking in digital banking. Next will be technology. The technology has to be affordable. It must have deep functional agility, as was highlighted by Sylvia and also the gentleman who prepared the DG co-op function, Joshua, I think. It must have deep functional agility. You must have user access, accessibility, and consistency to customers. As a result of what you call penetration and data stealing, we must ensure we have strong cyber security in order to encourage and hold customer, what you call retention. We must ensure there is competitiveness and customer convenience. Ultimately, digital banking operations must improve overall cost efficiency, and particularly of great importance to the co-op sector is it must facilitate and extend banking services to remote areas. Very critical area of number two is board leadership. Shape agenda. One, it must shape the agenda The leadership must shape the agenda which must fulfill the aspirations of the stakeholders in the new normal of the digital economy. They must create policies which allows them to stay ahead and navigate the challenges of the new normal, the new global financial ecosystem. How? The cooperative digital bank must promote enterprise development, work for the value and its price versus value of human and the principles of cooperation. And most importantly, there must be a sustainability balance. The cooperative soul must be preserved in any digital banking operation, and the board leadership must be pioneers of change. Next is management. They must be able to deliver change based on the agenda set earlier by the board leadership, that is, fulfill aspirations of stakeholders in the digital economy by staying ahead. They must be able to provide sustainability balance of profitability with the cooperative soul and institute value-based initiatives and strategies that must be in line with core principles. While at the same time, they must be able to withstand the challenges of ethics and privacy and maintain and respect private space. And critical to co-op digital banking operation, you must be able to humanize digitization by humanizing the soul of humanity, promote strategic cooperation engagement, invest in trust and human virtues, and build and brand and image building towards nation building. And my main emphasis towards my recommendation will be on these two particular areas, engaging and addressing global issues, particularly on ethics, social and governance. And to me, the most important document ever prepared by United Nations is the SDG 2030 goals, and critically very important to empower the locals. The next area, in order to ensure the success of digital banks, is there must be a market next segment or niche market already available, and particularly many non-co-op sectors are moving into the areas of cooperatives, wherein to attract and tap the direct captive customer base of cooperative members and of other shareholders for immediate conversion, and extending our customer base beyond traditional niche markets should be the forte of digital banks. Next, the operating business model, the products and services. We must provide digital banking experience to customers by offering innovative products and services that meets their rising demands and expectations, that focus on promoting prosperity of the common man. I think critical to the digital bank it should be promoting prosperity of the common man with a human touch and enterprise development without its conventional or traditional complexities or requirements. Though digital in nature, high standards of personalization, service delivery, customer engagement expected from customers besides dynamic and evolving relationships. Next, as I said, community prosperity should be the focus of digital banks, particularly promoted by co-ops. It must contribute towards enhancing and improving economic status of stakeholders and community by increasing their purchasing power, enjoying a high level of and quality of life and sustainable environment. Very important, we must also subscribe to regulatory compliance framework, digital banking risk and regulatory framework with particular emphasis on corporate governance, operational and credit risk management, wherein CAT, competency, accountability, and transparency shall be the gold standard of measure of our compliance. In any digital bank, as this experience of the Malaysian experience has been promoted by the Central Bank of Malaysia, in the unlikely event of non-continuous or digital banking operations, we must also provide in our digital banking formation or blueprint an orderly and exit plan has to be commissioned to effect the timely exit from the business when the occasion warrants, identifying exit options, and the processes involved wherein engagement, cooperation, and communication between stakeholders is paramount. Way forward for cooperatives in digital banking. One, I'll call it the 3R analysis. That is relevant, ready, and responsive. Is digital banking. I'm using interchangeably the word digital banking with digitization of financial services because digitization of financial services is also a form of banking services provided by credit co-ops and credit unions. So the first question is digital banking relevant to cooperatives? The question that we have to ask. Two, are cooperatives ready for digital banking? And three, are cooperatives responsive towards digital banking? The challenges, as you know, this is what from the World Economic Forum, an increasing number of millennials, business leaders, and women in particular are calling for a new kind of market, i.e., a sustainable market, wherein it is inclusive, equitable, green, and profitable, where sustainable principles drive growth, generating long term value through the integration and balance a natural, social, and human and financial capital, which I think shall be is the hallmark of cooperative activities. Next, I'm using this word stakeholder cooperativism. I think we have to look beyond the realms of cooperative activities per se now, wherein, with the advent of stakeholder cooperativism, members alone as shareholders are not the primary focus in cooperatives, but cooperatives, in line with the seventh cooperative principle, should promote and should be managed for the benefit of all stakeholders, i.e., customers, employees, suppliers, communities, and shareholders, as environment, social, and governance criteria, that is the ESG, are emerging as critical factors and global standards of community and stakeholder development. The recommendation: the model for cooperative digital banking or digitization of financial services strategic initiative should be premised on collaboration or partnership with partners whose objectives sync with that of cooperatives, where financial inclusion and serving the underserved, youth and women should be the overriding goal. If cooperatives are to remain relevant and become advancing future ready and future proof institutions of human development. Last but not least, my last recommendation is the 17 Sustainable Development Goals with the 169 targets form the core of the 2030 agenda of SDG. They balance the economic, social, and ecological dimensions of sustainable development and place the fight against poverty and sustainable development on the same agenda for the first time. The model for cooperative digital banking strategy initiative should therefore embrace the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, as it is not only in consonance with the cooperative agenda of common prosperity, but provides the cooperatives and its partners in digital banking a niche and captive market of customers for it to emerge as a powerhouse. What I'm trying to say here is that, ladies and gentlemen, digital banking we must now place it as a human right, not besides the food, clothing, shelter, education, and healthcare. The common man should not be deprived of access to capital, and I think the role is very pertinent cooperatives to undertake. Co-op should be seen as a business with a human soul, and the primary objective of digital banking or digitization of banking services is to ensure that we retain our members and the cooperative phase will still prevail in the years to come. Otherwise, we are going to lose the cooperative identity in the years to come. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moniandi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Monyandi. For our next plenary speaker, he is the founding advocate and the former executive director of Ako Bakwit, an NGO that advocates to promote and protect the rights of internally displaced people. As an educator, Patrick has been serving as a part-time faculty member of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Department of Cooperative and Social Development. As part of his academic achievement, he was certified as a development educator in Bangkok, Thailand. Currently, he is the head of externals and co-op affairs of ACDI Multipurpose Cooperative.
Work in numerous community and youth engagement has earned him his first International Leadership Award, the Young Credit Union Leader of the Year, held in Manchester, United Kingdom in 2019. He has earned his master's and doctorate degree from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Graduate School. Ladies and gentlemen, let us hear the presentation titled PUP, Youth in Cooperatives, the Philippine Case Study. Friends, do help me welcome Dr. Patrick John Rico, the current ACDI External Affairs Manager. Let's give him a virtual round of applause. Tech team, please unmute Dr. Patrick.
Yes, Sir Sandro, is my audio audible?
Yes, you're now coming loud and clear. Go ahead, Doc Patrick.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Patrick Rico from ACDI Multipurpose Cooperative. But before I start, I would like to turn off my camera for better experience. Let me just share my screen. Sir Sandro, is it visible?
Yes, it's visible, Sir Patrick. Go ahead, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good day, everyone. I am Patrick Rico from ACDI Multipurpose Cooperative and Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and I welcome you all in this session, Youth Global Case Study. And today I will be presenting to you key findings when it comes to youth's participation in the cooperatives in our country, the Philippines. In our today's session, I believe that there are two different kinds of people. First, the youth. So if you are a youth, can you please key in number 1? Yan, sa lahat ng mga youth natin dyan. For all the youth out there, can you please key in number 1 into the chat box or in the Facebook comment section? Wow, I see them coming. And the second one is you. Yeah, not because you are old, but maybe you love the cooperative sector so much that you are deeply concerned with its sustainability and you wanted to know how to involve and engage the youth in your operations. If you love the cooperative sector, whether you are a youth or you are not a youth, can you please key in number 2? Yeah, and all the students in the PUP, can you please key in number 2 as a support? Thank you so much. Or maybe we can do both. Yeah, right. So for us to be on the same page, in the Philippines, we have 18,065 operating cooperatives. So what do we mean by that? Okay, operating cooperative refers to a cooperative that is performing, regularly submitting its required documents, and in the operation within the 2 years from the date of its registration. The number of cooperatives which I mentioned managed to employ 226,400 individuals. This accounts for 0.55% working population in cooperatives out of the total working population in the Philippines. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, this May 2021, because I love you all so much and I have prepared a lot for this session, we conducted a research to cooperatives in different parts of the country, in the Philippines, and we did our best to come up with findings in order to help us in our today's discussion. Are you guys ready? So I hope that our best is enough for this session. Okay. In the Philippines, the cooperatives have demonstrated a great potential for creating and consolidating employment opportunities, empowering people, providing protection, and elevating poverty. We can see in the graph that most of the cooperatives employ 18 to 30 years old, leaving those 60 years old and above at the bottom with 4.58%. Averaging in the middle are those 31 to 59 years old. It is very noticeable here the huge number of youth employees in the cooperatives in the cooperatives, which is a good sign. But the question is that enough? Tama na ba ito? So in the Philippines, the youth in the Philippines is defined as those individuals whose age ranges from 15 to 30 years old in accordance with Republic Act 8044. So if you are 15 to 30 years old right now, whether you are in the Philippines or in other parts of the world, congratulations, because you are can still consider you as a youth. Congratulations. And if you are a youth, can you please key in the comment section #youth? Yan. It's not the time for us, the youth, to voice out. So if you are a youth, can you please key in the comment section #youth? Wow, ang dami. Dami palang mga youth natin dito sa afternoon session natin. So the question is the youth employment enough to consider the participation of the youth in the cooperative movement? Is it safe to say that when an individual is already employed, is he already engaged? The participation of youth lies on how they participate in the operations of the cooperatives. Now let's take a look at the percentage of the youth in the management team of our cooperatives. In the survey that was conducted, 42.11% of the cooperatives admitted that they do not have a youth in their management team. This means that these cooperatives do not even have a youth occupying supervisory positions up to managerial positions in the cooperative. When it comes to board of directors, 89.47% of the cooperatives said they do not even have a youth member in their board. That's a very sad news. And only 10.53% confidently answered that they have a youth in their board. Well, at least 1 to 4 members of the board of directors. The percentage of youth participation in the management and board of the cooperative is very alarming, considering that the most of the cooperatives in the Philippines do not even involve the youth in its operations. But how can we address the gap and ensure the continuity and sustainability of the cooperatives? The answer is succession planning. So the succession planning is a strategy for identifying and developing future leaders. It is disciplined methodology of ensuring that cooperative operations continue to run smoothly in the event of the organizational transitions and unforeseen vacancies. To dig in deeper in our case study, let's have a quick run through on what the cooperatives in the Philippines think about succession planning. In the survey that we conducted, majority of the cooperatives, or 64.29% of the cooperatives, said that they have a succession plan. It means that they have a plan in place for the successors in their leadership roles. Let's move further. When they were asked on the availability of a specific function responsible for succession, the cooperatives underscored that although they have a succession plan, most of them, or 47.37% of the respondents, do not have specific function for such, but they have plans in place. The question is, if there won't be a specific unit which handles the succession planning or managing the career path of the employees, would it be possible that the plan will succeed, or will it be successfully implemented? Well, let's move forward. When it comes to this one, 78.95%, nearly 100% of the cooperatives said that they have that their leaders meet only when they thought of meeting for the succession planning. So kung maisipan lang nila mag-meet for the succession planning, and then they will meet for it. Hindi sila nag-aalat ng enough time to discuss about succession planning. This proves that cooperatives in the Philippines do not really think the succession planning as a big deal, and they do not see this as an important matter in its operations. Very sad. But what hinders the cooperatives to push for succession planning? Let's move forward to the challenges that hinder the youth participation. In this slide, let us find out the barriers to the effectiveness of the cooperative succession planning. I want to discuss two topmost barriers that are being encountered by cooperatives in their management succession. The first is the longevity of the leaders dampens the potential of succession, which comprising 26% of our cooperative respondents. Overstaying of cooperative leaders in a cooperative failing to develop future leaders makes a potential of succession move slower. Don't get me wrong. It is okay for cooperative leaders to stay longer in their organizations, only that they need to think of continuity of cooperative operations by dressing up new leaders. Why promotion the cooperatives is an issue and sometimes not being considered, because cooperatives have senior leaders. In the Philippines, we are bounded by emotional barriers. Medyo totoo na medyo emotional ang ating mga cooperative leaders. And sadly, the cooperatives in the Philippines are becoming more subjective than being objective. The topmost barrier that was identified by the cooperatives is lack of clear succession paths, comprising 53% of our respondents. As mentioned by the cooperatives in the survey, many human resource units in the Philippine cooperatives do not have a clear planning managers who are sometimes tasked to analyze the career paths of employees and implement the succession plan of cooperatives. Do we all have our career planning managers to plan for the career paths of our employees? Or we do not have any policy on this one? The question is, why are we so much concerned in our operations today without even thinking that the operations of our cooperative in the future lies in our youth employees today? Here's an example of the cost of not planning for succession. If you do not invest in finding and developing the right people to execute our vision and strategy, our organization is wasting our resources. You heard me right. Nagsasayang lang tayo ng ating mga resources. Perhaps the underlying lesson is that good succession management is possible only in an organizational culture that encourages candor and risk-taking at the executive level. It depends on a willingness to differentiate individual performance and an organizational culture in which the truth is more valued than politeness. We must value the truth more than politeness. But wait, I don't want to be the antagonist in this story. I'm just stating facts for our case study and the results of the survey that we conducted. So for us to save face, I'll now be presenting the different initiatives and strategies that the cooperatives in the Philippines are doing in supporting the youth. In this slide, you can see the different practices that we are doing to optimize diversity, with identifying and assessing high potential talent for succession candidates. So 42% agreed that the cooperatives must provide training for managers or raters. This training might include unconscious bias training or trainings for talent acquisition or ratings. 21% of the cooperatives also said that it should broaden the sourcing of talent for succession so that they will not be contained with the current pool that they have. On the other hand, 11% po sa mga kooperatiba natin underscored ang kahalagahan ng pagbibigay ng transparency in the succession planning. Naku po ha, bato-bato sa langit po, tamaan, wag magalit. Pero this is the truth that we are facing right now and our future lies ahead sa mga youth in our cooperatives. In the Philippines, our Cooperative Development Authority is currently doing public consultations on the organization of youth cooperatives. So this aims to recognize cooperatives organized by youths because of the role the cooperatives can play in fostering empowerment among the youth through self-organization and development to help solve the high unemployment rate, deficit in decent work, precarious work, and other barriers that they face. Many cooperatives also organize capacity building workshops and seminars to different youths in their community and within their organization. This is to capacitate the youth and assist them in developing their talents and skills. This is one of the most important Make your succession planning transparent. Be transparent. Succession planning systems have traditionally been shrouded in secrecy in an attempt to avoid sapping the motivation of those who are not on the fast track. A transparent succession management system is not just about being honest. Employees are sometimes the best source of information at sila yung pinaka dapat nating pagkunan ng mga dapat gawin for us to have a successful succession planning. Many people are also unaware of the cooperatives because they are not being educated about it. That is why raising awareness about cooperatives among the youth can be best implemented if the Department of Education or Commission on Higher Education will include the cooperative subjects in the curriculums. To all of you out there, I will end on this. I would like to encourage all of you to please elevate the participation of young people to a level where they can contribute meaningfully in their operations and creating stability and driving sustainable development in their societies. The challenge is to prepare our youth to thrive and effect their own brand of change that will contribute to the development of cooperatives. For us, this means reinventing the way we manage, educate, engage, think and conceptualize programs, platforms, and mechanisms to serve our members. It is not enough that we provide them access to opportunities, but we must reinvent the way we create those opportunities for them and be part of the way we also create opportunities for themselves. We need to engage the youth because they are the future leaders in the cooperative sector. In the hands of the youth lies the future of the cooperative sector. If we lose their generation, we also lost the chance to sustain cooperativism in our country. The world is at a crucial point in history where social, political, economic, and environmental issues have compelled the youth to make a stand and do their part in changing the world. The voice, influence, and contribution of youth are without question increasing. And in Asia, this is particularly true, and maybe in other parts of of the world. The question is your cooperative or organization investing enough in its youth? Let us invest in our youth. Let's engage them. Let's educate them, and let's empower them. To my fellow youth out there, do not let anyone look down on you. Many of you are students of the Bachelor of Science in Cooperatives, or many of you are who are currently employed in the cooperatives. But I encourage you that do not let anyone look down on you because you are young. But be an example. Believe in yourself. Have faith in God. Many will tell you that you are will ridicule you because of your ideas. Many will tell you that you lack experience. Many will tell you that you are insensitive, that you cannot lead, that you have insufficient knowledge, but you have to prove them wrong. You have to prove that youth can, and I trust you. I know that you can.
All right, thank you,
once
Doctor.
again to yes, sir. Thank you once again to everyone, and I hope that you are all encouraged today and have a great day to everyone.
All right, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Patrick John Rico from ACDI, the External Affairs Manager, and of course, our faculty member from the Department of Cooperatives and Social Development. And by the way, I'd just like as well to recognize the presence of our former Vice President for Student Services and Affairs, no less than, of course, Dr. Herminia Manimtim. I think Mom Hermie would like to, Mom, you're raising your hand. Are you going to ask a question or you'd like to reserve the question? Meanwhile, we'll proceed to our next presenter. Are you going to ask a question, Madam? Mom, you're muted. Tech team, can you unmute Dr. Manimtim, Mom Hermie, as she is fondly called? Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
I think it is not yet question time or open forum time. I will reserve my questions if like Sariko and our two presenters, previous presenters regarding digitization shall be available still. So later na lang.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll just go back with you in a short while. All right, let's proceed. Her career spans to over 16 years in multiple domains in financial services, building management systems, property development, and technology. She manages and grows companies with refined business acumen, and management skills. In 2018, she created the Robu Group with her brother and the tech platform aptly GMAT to utilize technology to connect and unite small and medium businesses together to serve their communities better. GMAT has since formed alliance with Angkasa Berhad, the apex of all cooperatives in Malaysia, leveraging in digital solutions.
Prior to this, she was the group COO of Medtronic Global Berhad, a mainboard public listed company in Bursa, Malaysia, where she manages the company's corporate exercises, operations, and oversees the business expansion and spearheaded its property development portfolio. Her achievement in this role includes a 75% increase in the market share valuation and business expansion in Chennai and Beijing. Key projects worth nothing include KLIA1 and MRT, where the BMS system completion was ahead of schedule.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the COO and CFO of Robu Group, Raja Aida Raja Sharome, to discuss the concept of shaping the future of commerce. A big virtual round of applause to her.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Thank you so
afternoon.
much.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the organizers of the International Conference on Cooperatives. Today, we're here to discuss a little bit on shaping the future of e-commerce. So time check, it's 4:25 right now. We're a little bit late on schedule, so I will try to finish it in about 15 minutes, say about 4:40 p.m. Yeah. Let me know if you have visual. Do you have visual?
Yes,
Yes,
you can see your
ma'am.
visuals, ma'am. Proceed.
Okay. So today we're going to touch on four topics, four main topics. Essentially, it's a basic of e-commerce, the trends shaping the future of e-commerce, e-commerce future for co-ops, and what we're doing in Malaysia in terms of digitalizing the co-ops. So these are the four topics that we will cover for today. So our vision at Robu is to inspire and nurture human spirit to converge and help each other by leveraging on technology in an effort to connect and unite small and medium businesses together to serve the community better. And here at GMAT, we provide business solutions where we specialize in retail operations and technology. So e-commerce is essentially the buying and selling of goods and services over the internet. There are three types of e-commerce platforms. They are the B2B, business to business, B2C, business to consumer, and C2C, consumer to consumer. So over time, the B2B and B2C platform have taken a significant market share over the C2C platform. So what are the advantages of e-commerce? First of all, a faster buying process. Well, most of us here today have purchased online, and surely you know that the buying process is much faster. With e-commerce, customers can spend less time shopping for what they want because they can easily browse through many items at a time from different suppliers and buy anything they like. So, for example, if Johnny wants to purchase a t-shirt, in the past, he has to go to the physical stores, check out the t-shirt one shop at a time, taking a lot of time. This is where e-commerce comes to the rescue. Johnny now can go online, browse through various t-shirts in multiple shops at the same time. He's also able to know the various promotional offers from each store. And after the purchase is made, he can then go to the store to pick it up, or have it delivered to his home. So that's one of the biggest advantages to buyers online, a faster buying process. And the next one is store and product listing creation, which is essentially a virtual inventory for businesses where the inventory is available for viewing 24/7 compared to having to visit the store during the operating hours of the physical stores. Third one is cost reduction. One of the biggest advantages of e-commerce to businesses that keep sellers interested in online selling is cost reduction, because many sellers have to pay lots to maintain their physical store. They may need to pay extra upfront cost like repair, rent, store design, etc. So in many cases, even after investing in services, maintenance, and workforce, sellers still do not receive their desired profits and return on investment. Affordable advertising and marketing. Sellers essentially spends much lesser to promote their items, and they have a broader reach to consumers beyond their locality. An important advantage of e-commerce to businesses is that sellers can provide flexibility to consumers, which is very important. One highlight is that, as mentioned earlier, the products and services are available for browsing, ready for viewing 24/7 with deals and discounts, and of course, subscription packages as well. Product and price comparison. Sellers can compare the products from other suppliers. Example, if their products are unfulfilled, meaning they're not able to sell their products, then they can make comparisons amongst products from other suppliers to understand the price point, the promotions that is offered by other suppliers, so they're able to improve their offerings to achieve higher product fulfillment. And we go back to the one above that, which is no reach limitations. Sellers with a physical store may only be able to reach a certain number of buyers. With the emergence of e-commerce marketplaces, we have a broader audience, so the sellers' reach now is far greater. In fact, sellers who wishes to expand their product range into other categories, they're able to do so because we have a broader audience of different spectrum. Faster response to buyer market demands. Well, every interaction is basically faster when we purchase or sell online. So that would bring us to the trends that is shaping the future of e-commerce. Technology is, it is important to understand that technology is evolving so fast because of a phenomenon known as accelerating change. Each technological improvement can create the next, stronger generations of technology at a faster rate. So as each generation of technology is better than the last, it builds technology faster. So for example, when we first used the phone, it was merely to make calls, receive calls, and text messages. But now we're using our smartphones for social media, camera, we use it to store our diary, we browse using the phone, watching movies, streaming, store our files, music, playlists, essentially literally everything revolves around our smartphone in our daily lives. So it's important to understand the growing trends of e-commerce, the emerging trends to succeed. The trends identified here all point to the three main objectives. Essentially, they are to reduce friction in the buying and selling journey, creating rich brand experiences, and selling anywhere and everywhere. And the yellow box here pretty much tells us the emerging and evolving trends. Global e-commerce is growing as markets are accelerating adoption of online shopping. When people ask, why e-commerce? We say, why not? Faster buying, selling processes, cost saving, broader reach to consumers and sellers, And there's so much more advantages as mentioned earlier. All the advantages shared earlier. These are the reasons businesses and buyers are transitioning slowly but surely to have online presence, adoption of online shopping. Automation enables productivity and growth. As we're living in the digital era, moving towards intelligence, automation isn't just a nice to have, it is a must have. Amongst others, automation improves operational excellence, increases our productivity, reduces error, broader reach to consumers, better human management, etc. Therefore, we have witnessed a swift transition in businesses where they adopt automation as the framework of their processes. Customer experiences becomes a driving force in development. As the pandemic pushes us further towards a digital first world, brands will have to work harder to provide a rich, compelling personal shopping experiences that holds the customer's attention. This is extremely important. Which leads us to the fourth one, which is offline experiences looking different, even after COVID. COVID-19 hasn't just kept us away from any offline experience that can't be done in solitude. It's also accelerating changes that were already on the horizon. With the emerging trend, which is BOPIS, buy online, pick up in store, customers have the comfort to browse through products, purchase them online, and pick up in store, so they're able to have a good view and get the best of the products, and they can even return the goods on the spot if it's found to be damaged, for example. So essentially, BOPIS stands for buy online, pick up in store, and there's BORIS, which is buy online, return in store. The fifth point here is payments and online checkout. Get more personalized, opening the market to a new business opportunity, BNPL. Essentially, BNPL is buy now, pay later. We have witnessed over the years, so many payment methods have emerged. Apple Pay, PayPal, WePay. Every time we turn around, it seems like there's a new payment option. And as younger generations become more and more tech savvy, a wider variety of payment options are becoming more common. That's why e-commerce stores are now offering options for low to no interest financing, allowing shoppers to make large purchases without shelling out all the money at once using a high interest credit card. B2B e-commerce is growing, as we have shared just now in regards to B2B e-commerce, and I will share a little bit more later. Social selling broadens e-commerce beyond the storefront. So how can Co-op compete with big e-commerce players? So this forum essentially comprises of co-ops. We have mature co-ops, millennials, and college students. And we know that co-op is a community. So this sharing isn't about preparing a couple of co-ops, 2 co-ops, 3 co-ops, but the whole community to grow together. And there is an opportunity to do that. There is a way to do it. Fighting the battle of each on our own will not help us to win collectively. Maybe 1 or 2 out of 1,000 will succeed, but most will not. So the question to ask is, how can Co-op compete with the big players in the open market? So we understand that there are challenges that cooperative faces, and it's important for us to note that these challenges, it's important to note these challenges in order to capitalize on the advantages of e-commerce. So the 4 main challenges includes CAPEX and OPEX limitations, advertising and marketing limitations, digitalization know-how and focus limitalization, economies of scale limitations. So these are the main 4 challenges that essentially every small to medium co-op faces. And with the evolving technologies, as mentioned earlier, how much would each co-op spend to ensure they're following the evolving trends within e-commerce? Therefore, the best manner for cooperatives to move forward is to unite and move collectively together as one community. There is an opportunity for cooperatives to work with the right partner, not just any partner, but a partner that specifically works with co-ops to grow. So you can focus on selling and we'll help you with the digital know-how. That's our role, to come out with digital solutions so you can focus on selling. With that, we're able to capitalize on the digital evolutions, thereby leveraging on the advantages of e-commerce. Individually, we're small, but collectively, we're big. So understanding that, I would like to share with you a little bit of what we're doing here in Malaysia. So we have formed a partnership with the apex of cooperatives in Malaysia called Angkasa Berhad. We established the BA100 project essentially to empower co-op suppliers and retailers in an effort to make goods and services affordable to consumers. So this yellow box here encapsulates what we have just shared earlier. We have developed a marketplace, www.jimatbiz.com, for co-ops to source for inventory and sell to consumer. Our e-commerce platform is focused and customized for co-ops. We have warehouses for distribution. We've developed an integrated B2B and B2C e-commerce marketplace where retailers perform both online and offline sales. We provide digital training in which we assist co-ops from the technical standpoint, i.e. point of registration, understanding the various features in the marketplace, how to make payments, etc. At the macro level, we do provide digital training in bringing the businesses from an offline basis to the online basis. Besides that, we also provide training on the commercial aspect that includes promotions and marketing, as I would assume this forum would have done so as well. On the B2B front, we have introduced the buy now, pay later business model. And on the B2C front, we introduced the BOPIS business model. So just a brief sharing on our progress. We have onboarded about 1,000 outlets to date. We have about 3,000 products, range of products that we source from various kinds of suppliers, about 20 main suppliers. We have small, medium enterprise suppliers, about 50 of them. And of course, we have co-op suppliers as well. What we strive to explore today is an opportunity for us to work together, in which we're able to collaborate with co-ops in Philippines in an effort to digitalize and grow the co-op businesses that is uniquely Philippines, to help co-op source for goods to sell at low price, improve the business efficiency, leveraging on the existing platform that we have, which we can then do some customization to ensure it is unique to the cooperatives in Philippines. We would like for sure to enable trade between co-op businesses within the region and more importantly, across the region. So we hope that moving forward, we're able to initiate a discussion, perhaps forming and establish a working committee with you, with the cooperatives in Philippines, and then we can explore a much deeper, meaningful conversation together. This is just a surface of what we're sharing. There's so much more that we want to share with you. Time check, I know we're a little bit off late to the schedule. So I would like to end this by saying thank you so much for this forum. This is an excellent platform for us to meet each other. We wouldn't know each other otherwise. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and we hope to see you soon. I would like to stress this again. Individually, we're small. Collectively, we're big. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Moraha Aida.
You're most welcome.
Now let's proceed to our last but certainly not the least plenary speaker for today. He is a doctor in educational management, graduate from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He is the former member of the University Board of Regents and known as a detailed-oriented educator with decades of varied instructional experience, coupled with expertise in research, training, and extension programs. Adept in developing teaching methodologies, improving educational curricula, and cultivating learner skills and talents.
Presenting thoroughly the PUP-BS Cooperative Research presentation, let's all welcome Dr. Anastasio C. Gabriel. A big round of applause for him, please.
As we celebrate the National Cooperative Month and participating International Conference on Cooperative, let me greet you, fellow cooperators, PUP officials under the leadership of President Dr. Manuel Muhi, cooperative leaders from Malaysia and the Philippines. A warm Cooperative Day. In line with the PUP, CCSD, and DCSD research agenda, and in conformity to the cooperative principles of education, training, and information, as well as the principles of concern for community, the Bachelor of Science in Cooperative, specialized in education and community development, venture on studying how the cooperative sectors in the Philippines exercise or practices the principles of education and concern for community. We know that the academe, the international institution, and the government adhere to the international standard on program and policies. Hence, the cooperative research under my subject course engaged the researcher to determine how the cooperative in the Philippines conform to the standard developed and prescribed by the academic institution, the International Cooperative Alliance, and the United Nations Development Program with regards to education, training, and community development. One of the research that involves in the study in the community development program of cooperative was conducted last second semester of 2021. The research entitled The Performance of Cooperative and Community Development Program, particularly the Socio-Economic Program in Valenzuela City. The research adopt and develop the instrument used in measuring the performance of the cooperative. To strengthen the capability, motivation, and leadership of the student, let the researcher represented by Rosemary Jewel Piñon and Isabel Padrinao to present the research. Both of them are consistent scholars and senior students. Fellow cooperators, let us welcome Ms. Rosemary Jewel Piñon and Ms. Isabel Padrinao.
Effective, kindly unmute the speakers.
Proceed.
Okay, so a blessed good afternoon to everyone, and thank you, Dr. Gabriel, for introducing us. Again, I am Rosemary Jewel Pinon, and I'm here with my partner, Maria Isabel Vener E. Padrinao, to present to you our research that we conducted on our third year. So without further ado, let me share my screen to present to you our PowerPoint presentation. So our research title is entitled The Performance of Cooperative Community Development Program, particularly the Socio-Economic Program in Valenzuela City. Okay, so the country that we have right now is facing more challenges than usual that we have today. It's because of the pandemic. And with that, these challenges are more visible than what it is today. With that, our group was inspired to conduct a research highlighting the cooperative's crucial role in the society in addressing these problems. Community development is of course defined as an important tool to sustain the growth and development of an individual, for it is rooted in the belief that people should have access to health, well-being, wealth, justice, and opportunity. It means that community development was made because people are are more progressive and they need the urge to make themselves united in order to achieve a common goal. Cooperatives are committed in elevating the social and economic condition of its members and community. Hence, these social enterprises provide products, services, and programs to uplift people's lives. This means that cooperative is a people-centered organization and is voluntarily united in order to meet the social, economic, and cultural needs and aspirations of the community. So for this study, the researchers aspired to know the performance of cooperatives' community development program, particularly the socio-economic program in Valenzuela City. There are a total of 70 cooperative members and 21 management staff were included in the study, and we were able to ask for their consent as they were able to answer the cooperative information sheet and Likert scale questionnaire. Of course, we used the statistical package for social sciences or SPSS to determine the mean score of each data point and result of the Kruskal-Wallis analysis. So Kruskal-Wallis analysis test is used to determine whether or not there is a statistically significant difference between the means of 3 or more independent groups. So for our theoretical framework, we have Rothman in 2001. He defined community development as a neighborhood-based strategy used to engage a broad range of key stakeholders in developing goals and taking civic action. Along with Rothman, Ehrlich and Tropman in 2001 published the basic steps that involves the community development. One is knowing the background of the community. Next is identifying the reasons. Next is determining the groups of the community and recruiting the community members. Once they were able to know the groups of the community and recruit them, they were able to build an efficient communication system and encourage leadership for each group. Once they were able to accomplish these 6 steps, they were able to create a structure, and the structure will determine the most important issues that the groups are currently facing. Once they're done discussing about these issues, they were able to implement the plan and continually monitor it if it is effective or not. Once they've seen that these programs that they implemented are very effective, they will make the locality development efforts self-sustaining, which is the last step. This means that this program should not just last in the current generation, but also for the future ones. Which is published by Stufflebeam in 2003. CIPP stands for the content, process, product. So our group used this CID model and systematically collects information about the program to identify strengths and limitations in the context of delivery. This is our group's conceptual paradigm for the input profile of the cooperative, such as the name of the cooperative, official address of the cooperative, its vision, mission, fund for community development program, and total number of programs beneficiary. For the socio-economic programs of the cooperative, we have the health, the financial health assistance, health and wellness program, sewage disposal program, and clean drinking water program. For the education, we have the educational assistance, acceptance of on-the-job training, and donation of educational materials. For the calamity assistance, we have the financial assistance, disaster relief operation, and disaster preparedness program. We have the mutual aid and death aid. We also have the support to vulnerable sectors of the society, such as outreach program and gender and development services to rehabilitation, maintenance, construction of drainage, roads, schools, and recreational facilities. And lastly, we have the livelihood training projects. For the process, our group was able to conduct an online survey using a web-based survey questionnaire, as limited face-to-face classes are still not implemented at that time. But with that, it is not a problem as we were able to collect the data after respondents duly completed the web-based questionnaire. And with that, we have the analysis of the cooperative community development program, particularly the socio-economic program. Lastly, for the output, we have the evaluation of the result of cooperative community development program particularly the socio-economic program. We have the two statements of the problem. For the first statement of the problem, what is the profile of cooperative in terms of the following? A, name of cooperative. Next is official address of the cooperative, the vision, mission, goals, and objective, the total number of members, allocated fund for community development program, and total number of programs beneficiary. For the second statement of the problem, we have what is the performance of community development program of cooperatives in terms of the following: the health and sanitation, which was discussed earlier, such as the medical, dental, health and wellness program, the financial health assistance, the sewage disposal program, and the clean drinking water program. For the education, we have the educational assistance, the acceptance of on-the-job training, and donation of educational materials. For the calamity assistance, we have the financial assistance, the disaster relief operation, and disaster preparedness program. We have the mutual and death aid. Next is support the vulnerable sector of society, which are outreach program and GAD services. We have the community infrastructure, outreach program, financial assistance with drainage, road, and school rehabilitation and maintenance, and financial assistance for construction of recreational facilities. And lastly, we have the livelihood. For the hypothesis of the study, we have the null and alternative hypothesis. For the null hypothesis, there is no significant difference among the performance of the cooperative's community development program, particularly the socio-economic programs. For the alternative hypothesis, we have that there is a significant difference among the performance of the cooperative's community development program, particularly the socio-economic programs. For the results and discussion, it will be discussed by my partner, Ms. Padrinao, for further analysis of our data.
Thank you, Ms. Rosemary G. Pinion. Once again, I'm Maria Isabel Vener E. Padrinao, the co-researcher of Ms. Pinion in our study regarding the performance of Cooperatives Community Development Program, particularly the socio-economic program in Valenzuela City. And I'm here to present to you the results, conclusion, and recommendation of our study, which we outline on the following slides. Please. And this is the summary of our findings. According to the data provided by our respondents, the cooperatives allocated an amount of 16,080 to 140,848.75 as their community development fund. These funds were earmarked for the sole purpose of supporting the needs of their members and non-members in terms of health and sanitation, education, calamity assistance, mutual aid or debt aid, program to support the vulnerable sector of the society, community infrastructure, and livelihood program. Next slide, please. As you can see, there are 2,837 individuals who were assisted by the community development programs of cooperative. Just to make it clear, these results only represents the total number of beneficiaries from the 7 cooperatives involved in the study, and this doesn't necessarily the sum of all the beneficiaries from all the cooperatives here in Valenzuela City. Now, I would like to show you the slides which exhibits the performance of each program evaluated in our study. Next slide, please. As you can see in this table, the program under health and sanitation program were listed in the left side part of the table. Their corresponding weighted mean is in the middle part, and their verbal interpretation is in the right side of the table. Their verbal interpretation of program is based on their weighted mean. A mean score of 1 to 1.50 is interpreted as poor. A mean score of 1.51 to 2.50 is interpreted as satisfactory. A mean score of 2.51 to 3.50 as moderately satisfactory. A mean score of 3.51 to 4.50 as very satisfactory. And last, a mean score of 4.51 to 5 means outstanding. As shown in this table, the dental program, sewage disposal program, and clean drinking water program of cooperatives garnered a mean score of 3.31, 3.18, and 3.14 respectively. And all these three programs are interpreted as moderately satisfactory, whereas the medical program, health and wellness program, and financial health assistance of cooperatives obtain a mean score of 3.51, 3.66, and 3.89 respectively, and they are interpreted as very satisfactory. Overall, the performance of health and sanitation program of cooperative is moderately satisfactory with a weighted mean score of 3.45. Now, let's proceed to the education program of cooperatives. Under the education program of cooperatives, we have three variables, and that is the educational assistance, acceptance of on-the-job training, and donation of educational materials. Educational assistance of cooperatives gain a mean score of 3.88. The acceptance of on-the-job training obtain a mean score of 4.44, and the donation of educational material of cooperative program of cooperatives receive a mean score of 3.95. All the variables under education programs is interpreted as very satisfactory. The data thereof revealed that the performance of education program of cooperatives is very satisfactory with a total weighted mean of 4.09. Next slide, please. Under calamity assistance, we have three variables again, and that is the financial calamity assistance, disaster relief operation, and disaster preparedness program. The financial calamity assistance of cooperative garnered a mean score of 4.14, disaster relief operation garnered a mean score of 4.29, and last, the disaster preparedness program of cooperative receives a mean score of 3.59. All the programs under calamity assistance is interpreted as very satisfactory. Overall, the performance of calamity assistance program of cooperative is very satisfactory with a weighted mean score of 4.01. Next slide, please. Now, let's move forward to the first table, which is the mutual aid or debt aid program of cooperatives. The mutual aid or debt aid program of cooperative is very as a verbal interpretation of very satisfactory with a weighted mean score of 3.97. On the other table, we have the program to support the vulnerable sector of the society. In this table, we have two variables, and that is the outreach program and gender and development services. The outreach program gain a mean score of 4.20, whereas the gender and development services gain a mean score of 3.57. Despite the substantial difference between these two variables, their verbal interpretation is very satisfactory. The data thereof revealed that the program of cooperatives to support the vulnerable sector of the society is very satisfactory with a weighted mean of 3.89. Next slide, please.
Isabel?
Under the community infrastructure program of cooperatives, we have financial assistance for drainage rehabilitation and maintenance, financial assistance for road rehabilitation and maintenance, financial assistance for school construction, and financial assistance for construction of recreational facility. These programs receive a mean score of 2.97, 2.66, and 2.67, and 2.76 respectively, and they are all interpreted as moderately satisfactory. Overall, the performance of community infrastructure program of cooperative is moderately satisfactory with a total weighted mean of 2.77. Now let's move forward to the last program we evaluated in our study, and that is the next slide. The livelihood program. So the livelihood program of cooperative is the performance of livelihood program of cooperative is very satisfactory with a total weighted mean of 4.24. Next slide, please. To summarize all the findings in a research study, let me let me uh, uh, discuss each of the discuss the performance of each program we evaluated. First, the health and sanitation. The performance of health and sanitation program is moderately satisfactory, whereas the education, calamity assistance, and mutual aid or debt aid program of cooperative is very satisfactory. Next slide, please. So the program to support the vulnerable sector of the society, the program to support this vulnerable sector of the society is very satisfactory. The community infrastructure program receives a 2.77, a mean score of 2.77, interpreted as moderately satisfactory. And last, the livelihood program of cooperative receives a mean score of 4.24, interpreted as very satisfactory. From all the 7 programs evaluated in our study, the livelihood program receives the highest mean score, whereas the community infrastructure program of cooperative receives the lowest. Now to answer is there the question, is there a significant difference among the performance of cooperatives community development program, particularly the socioeconomic? The data revealed that the performance of cooperatives community development program is significantly different from each group with a p-value of 0.025 and degree of freedom of 6. Therefore, the null hypothesis of our study is rejected, whereas the alternative hypothesis, we will accept the alternative hypothesis of our study, which states that there is a significant difference among the performance of the cooperatives community development program, particularly the socioeconomic programs. In conclusion, the cooperatives in Valenzuela City aims to alleviate the social and economic condition of its members and community. Hence, the social enterprises provides product, services, and program to uplift the lives of their members and non-members. Indeed, cooperative should active participation in conducting community development program for their community. They mostly conducts program for health and sanitation, calamity assistance, and support to the vulnerable sector of the society. However, despite being active in implementing programs for health and sanitation, the result shows that the performance of health and sanitation program is still moderately satisfactory, like the community infrastructure that receives the lowest mean score. On contrary, the livelihood program, which is not the most conducted program of cooperative, receives the highest weighted mean. Next slide, please. So, on account of the salient findings and conclusion, we, the researchers, recommends the cooperative to undertake a further study that will account the moderate satisfaction of members in the performance of health and sanitation program and community infrastructure program of cooperative. Moreover, we recommend them to execute program evaluation to assess the effectiveness and efficiency of their program. Through this method, the cooperatives will be able to determine their program strength and weaknesses that they should improve or maintain. Next slide, please. Next, we recommend the collaboration of various organizations such as the local government, cooperatives, NGOs, and private entities in conducting programs to be able to help more people and have more meaningful outputs. Further, we need the help of Cooperative Development Authority, the CDA, to continue supporting the cooperatives with their future missions and endeavors. And lastly, we recommend the academe to continue to foster knowledge among the BSc students that will soon be the future of cooperatives, the cooperators in the making, who will continue the promotion and advancement of cooperatives movement. Last and next slide, please. And that brings us to the end of our discussion. I hope our research was able to contribute in developing knowledge about cooperatives, as well as to unravel endless possibilities for the promotion and advancement of cooperative movement. Thank you for listening. Terima kasih, Padayon Kooperatiba.
Thank you so
Thank you po.
much.
Right at this very onset, we'd like to thank our partners for this event. So Tech Team kindly rolled out all our partners in making this event possible. So shortly, we'll be having our reactors simultaneous reaction from the various organization and the open forum. Meanwhile, let's now thank our generous partners. And we're back. Let's now hear a 2 to 3 minutes reaction. Let's hear the insights of our cooperators regarding the different plans and programs presented in advancing the cooperative's future.
Our first reactor is Dato Dr. Muhammad Ali Hassan from Asian Cooperative Organization and Angkasa, to be followed by Ms. Nicole G. Calapati from Philippine Cooperative Center and Director Zinaida N. Novabos from Philippine Cooperative Central Fund Federation. Fellow cooperators, let's give them a warm virtual applause, please. Good afternoon, Dr. Ali Hassan.
Good
Tech team?
afternoon.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Mabuhay. Salamat po.
Buhay.
It's mabuhay. It's a very, very interesting evening, afternoon, I must say. A full-fledged cooperative in session from 1 o'clock up to almost 6 p.m. It's a worthwhile hearing from all the speakers and paper presenters and various so-called research from all the experienced workers and researchers of the Philippines and Malaysia at all. So I must admit that all the paper presenters have been given us a very thought-provoking and also a very widely exposed and experienced by themselves. And I must admit also, I'm very happy that they share very wholeheartedly from, perhaps I would say, from their mind and soul and from their deep, from the heart, to share with us, to see the future of cooperatives in the good hand. The future of cooperative, we have to admit that lies with ourselves, not with others. We have to look into ourselves, as Dr. Patrick himself says. The future of cooperative lies with the youth. But I must say that they are not necessarily be the future leaders of cooperative. But I agree. I want them to be the present leaders of cooperative too, not just for the future, but the present leaders, as he has planned. For example, in the term of succession planning, and the planning must be done now, not for the future. I think so. They need to be replaced or take over the succession of leadership and management. In different phases, not too late. So as people agree that the future of the cooperative life is the youth. If we are not giving the youth the time frame, so-called engagement with them, and giving them education, and then empower them for the future, then we'll be seeing so-called digitization of cooperative at a very speedy scale. Let perhaps share with you, for example, in Malaysia, we experience giving education to the youth through schools and cooperative colleges, or we establish school cooperative in almost all 100%, I would say, 100% of school, secondary school. And then at a later stage, the cooperatives being introduced at the college levels. And then I think they are already exposed at that kind of phase. And then I believe when they are exposed at their secondary school, at their tertiary level, they are ready to be the future leaders and future managers of cooperative. So gradually, we are giving them knowledge from the beginning. We are giving them the exposure from the beginning. And we are giving them the experience from the beginning. Start them young, as we agreed. Then in terms of digitization, we have to admit, if we are not going to start now, we are going to be left far behind and the rest of the perhaps private sectors. The private sectors are fast moving in terms of digitization. Cooperative, if I like to share with what
You are muted, sir.
Technical team, kindly unmute.
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. In Mr. Alai was mentioning, for example, there are so many areas that we are focusing in terms of digitalization of our future digital bank in Malaysia. Those areas have been practiced, have been tailor-made, have been looked into in detail. And we are looking forward that cooperative. In fact, Angkasa, with the joint partnership with other sectors, is the only one that put a bidding for a digital bank in Malaysia. And we are hoping that we will get the license through. What concerned me is the 3R that was mentioning by Mr. Alai, and the relevantness. I think there's no question of arguing about the relevantness of digitization of products, digitization of services of cooperative, digitization of banking or financial sectors, and in fact, digitization of all cooperative sectors is needed very, very much. We have to start now. We cannot wait for the future. The question is, I think, the second R of what Mr. Alai was mentioning. Are we ready? Are cooperative really ready? So I'm not saying that the world of cooperatives are ready, but I'm just like to share with you. And in fact, I guess most of the developing countries, in fact, in ASEAN countries, the membership of cooperatives are not that advanced in terms of digitalization, technology, and for most their members are not they use like, they're lacking behind in terms of technology, and the question is readiness. I think we have to be very much had to educate them for readiness of that thing. And then the question of responsiveness, whether we are ready to carry on the responsibilities of digitalization of every dimension of our cooperative. I think is a task that we have to plan ahead and perhaps to educate our members. As Dr. Patrick was mentioning, our members are basically the youth are not being being tasked, bringing along together at large. And we have to bring them together and then to educate them to be with the old generation members that can perhaps create more meaningful digitalization for the future. I guess that's the remark that I can say. I must congratulate the Polytechnics University of Philippines, PCC, ICAAP, and ACO for organizing this splendid webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali Hassan. Ms. Nicole G. Kalapati, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a tiring day to all of us, but I hope that we still have the energy to listen. So I'm going straight to the presentation of Dr. Rico, because the case study presented is indeed an eye-opener to the cooperative movement. Though a large percentage of the respondents of the case study has this succession plan, it is alarming that the data from the study reveals that we have fewer youth members in the management, those who are supposed to be the management and the sector's future leaders. We often hear the call for youth participation in different forums as the cooperative movement is constantly aging. So in fact, succession plan has long been present in the mind and discourses of our cooperative leaders and policymakers, and yet it is rarely translated into action. So allow me to share some points in the perspective of the youth. This is in hope that it helps everyone formulate the structure of their succession plans that caters especially on engaging the youth into participation. So what do you need to know about us? As mentioned by Dr. Rico earlier, why should you invest in us, the youth? So Filipino youth feel strongly compelled to make an impact on other people's life, as shown on the data on the screen, which is very noticeable in today's generation. We are actively looking on meaningful projects or jobs that can contribute to society. And clearly, cooperatives with its culture and values have the potential or is a perfect match to meet these attributes. But more than that, we also consider that technology is our fifth sense. We bring innovation and fresh new ideas. And this is the most important. We have so much stored energy. So for the next slides, the inputs are based not only from my personal opinion, but from peers inside and outside of our sector. From here, you will see what interests us today, perhaps how we react or respond. So with the youth being more practical, financial literate, and with the goal of financial freedom, we know now how to weight our choices. In reality, especially now with the strike of the pandemic, we meet new working patterns. Majority are exploring the world of BPOs, virtual assistant, cryptocurrency, among others, that offers decent income while in the comfort of their homes, and limited working schedules allowing them to venture in other activities, sidelines, or volunteer works. So the question is, are we at par with the benefits compared to the private organizations, or are we even ready to fully embrace the hybrid setups? Second point is to educate. It is a must to create an effective partnership of the cooperative movement and educational institutions to create a more enabling environment to the youth. And we have to thank the PUP Department of Cooperatives for offering a bachelor's degree course in cooperatives, which I am a product of. Hence, in the Philippines, we have an institution for producing quality young cooperative leaders. However, we still need a vast action plan to reach the majority. We need to mainstream the cooperative to increase public awareness. And we need an intense promotion of cooperatives via any forms of media. In this era of tech savvies and social media geeks, truth is very important in our generation. You have to tell people about it before it becomes real. In other words, pictures or it didn't happen, or the sayings to see is to believe. And it could be one of the best approaches to reach the youngster in or outside the cooperative. So for my last point, inclusive work environment and engagement. Succession plan does not end it doesn't end when you hire a staff or employee. The organization should take steps on how to maintain that specific staff to stay with the management, engage and embrace the co-op just like his own. Are the youth members equally involved or engaged in the management, or the elders are still in control? Are the activities within the cooperative tailored made to suit the young ones? These are the some of the things we need to consider. So let me share one of our group outputs from a seminar workshop we had for young professional in the cooperatives. Our group was composed of youth staffs from the primary and secondary co-ops. We were asked to reflect why we choose to be in the cooperative. And so here are the answers of our group. Because of social impact, the trainings and seminars being offered, acceptable working environment, because it caters our needs for experience, and lastly, active participation. Unfortunately, not all have the same experience. Not all have the opportunity to be in a cooperative that has an active youth committee or youth lab. And so we felt that we also need to share what we are lacking. What else are we looking for? And so the inputs from the lower half of our output, as shown on the screen, we have so much energy. We leave when we feel stagnant or if there are no signs of growth. And so that is why development plan matters. A ladderized courses for all levels of management may be developed. Sending your staff to a one-time seminar or workshop for a cooperative is not enough. There should be a continuity in developing youth leaders to be fully appreciated. Similarly, venture into different forms of learning. We often say that experience is the best teacher. Indeed, more than textbook and lectures, young people are now more into engaging activities, experiential learning, and immersion. For I think this is our way of validation. Just what Dr. Rico has said, the challenge is to prepare our youth, but we also must prepare ourselves and be able to reinvent the way we manage, educate, engage, think, and conceptualize. Posting this last slide for every cooperative leaders to ponder. By the way, these are the responses from the youth cooperative members themselves from the thematic research report conducted by the ICA. It is clear that the existing initiatives for youth involvement and support for the cooperative sector needs to be improved. And there is a need to reassess how ready are we to embrace the youth in our structure. We should develop a sense of urgency to build a serious and structured youth program inside the sector so we can create a strong synergy between the young people and the young at hearts. Thank you very much and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole. Director Zenaida N. Novabos, the floor is yours. Director Zenaida. Tech team, kindly unmute Director Zeni. Thank you.
Team, I think she's still on. All right, you can now proceed, Director Novatos. Go ahead, please.
Cooperative greetings to our esteemed cooperative leaders of today and tomorrow. Present in this conference, I believe, are not only today's cooperative leaders, but also students, the youth, who are the future leaders and members of the cooperatives we so love. It gives me pleasure to inform the youth that I started as a cooperative leader when I was a college student, and obviously that was several decades ago. My task is to react to the presentations of NAPCO and DigiCoop, and I wish to start with the end in mind by saying that organizations, cooperatives included, that are not future ready are on borrowed time. This is not meant to scare our leaders now, but this is a brutal fact. Disclosure lang, I am using the perspective of leaders in search of a solution, so perhaps students may learn the thought process of an ordinary leader such as me. Also, I will limit my reaction to the first two presentations. Both presenters and even Ally articulated the need to be future ready, and clearly innovation through digitization or digitalization or even technology is key to future readiness. Let me pose this question though in the presentations. One used future ready and the other future proof. While I prefer readiness over proofing, since proofing connotes resistance just like in waterproofing and fireproofing, these are just semantics. Because in essence, the goal is the same, and that is preparing our cooperatives and other organizations as well for the future, staying relevant and avoiding obsolescence, which was even appropriately mentioned by Josh of Bichiko. It is pretty clear that future readiness is centered on innovation, and this is the very reason why both presentations revolved around technology, digitization, and digitalization. Big words, huh? Especially to those who are non-tech savvy, but maybe not among the youth. To me, especially if you have the resources, you can just shop around and find the right solution partner to trust. This conference, in fact, paved the way to introduce us to two competent solution providers. You can always arrange for a deep dive into the solutions to determine which solution best answers your needs. You can also use the 3R analysis shared by Ally early on. Both providers offer a wide range of services, so what more can we ask for? But the big question that may be bugging you is which one? Perhaps in your evaluation, you can identify certain criteria like cost of the service. Note that costs can be one-time or recurring. Stability of the provider, accessibility, portability, scalability, and security, to name a few. And if we had more time, I could have given you stories of my past life, previous life. I would think that these criteria should not be an issue to the two providers in this conference, but I did say shop around, so you might consider solution providers other than NATCO or NDG Co-op. I do know that there are a lot more out there, but if anything, it might be worth finding one from the sector first. You may have the right solution and partner, but you also need the right people who will manage these resources, so we cannot downplay the importance of the management staff. And both presenters and even Ally, who spoke of board, leadership, and management among the areas of focus, acknowledge the importance of management and governance in the whole scheme of things. Patrick also spoke about the role of the youth, and yes, we need to involve and invest in them more. And even other stakeholders, as pointed out again by Ally. Now, I hope that you caught what I said somewhere at the start, that the solution you choose must answer your needs. So the basic question of who or what is your why is easy to answer. Members first, as members are our reason for being. As CEO Ibing said, it is our duty to improve the lives of our members and for cooperatives to become the way of life of members. Again, the two presenters spoke about member engagement and quite notably, not just the members of today, but the members of tomorrow. Very impressive product feature. At this point, I wish to share some tips I got from the net on organizing for your future, but with modifications and brevity. First, listen to and feel your members and staff. Second, innovate. It doesn't have to be technology breakthroughs. It may be small improvements or Kaizen in Japanese. Challenge the ways you've always done and be open to possibilities of doing things better, faster, and cheaper. In other words, disrupt yourself before you get disrupted by other parties or competitors. See tomorrow today. Perhaps use the lens of others, thus the importance of attending learning sessions such as this, even made cost efficient with virtual and online webinars and conferences such as today. In other words, keep abreast with the times. Future readiness means staying relevant tomorrow. And while answers to the how may not be there upfront, we have to be flexible and resilient and know when it is time to go back to the drawing board to rewrite our plan. And that is the very reason why we use pencils to make our plans so that we can erase them. Both presentations spoke about empowering the cooperative sector. One said a shared platform for and with cooperatives, while the other said future-proofing the cooperative sector, having cooperative principle number 6 in mind. And in case your memory fails you, like it does with me sometimes, I am referring to cooperation among cooperatives. I wish to take this cherished principle to the next level. The challenge I pose, again for future readiness of the cooperative sector, is to ensure that seamless integration or interoperability of the solutions is assured. PCC has initiated discussions on this among tech-savvy federations. We say members first. Resources and thus design an ecosystem that can communicate with each other so that member cooperatives and individual members need not worry about which solution they got or will get. Again, principle number 6 is at play here, and leaders need to walk the talk. Remember that we cannot let the large players outside the cooperative sector eat us. We need to stay ahead and get our acts together. Further, how do we ensure that the solutions we design and implement include service to the marginalized community? We thus dwell into affordability and accessibility of the solution on the part of the individual members and perhaps even the micro cooperatives. This may even be a different context of the 8th cooperative principle of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Despite the diversity among solutions, can we still ensure that the solutions we design are inclusive? Again, it is a pleasure to be part of the coming together of cooperative leaders of today and tomorrow. Happy Cooperative Month. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that very, very insightful reaction to all our reactors. Okay, at this onset, we'd like now to open the floor for our open forum. And I'd like to call at this juncture, once again, our former Vice President for Student Services and Affairs, Dr. Herminia Manimtim. I think She has a question for our presenters. Ma'am Hermie? All right. Tech team, can we please unmute Ma'am Hermie? All right, ma'am,
Okay.
please proceed.
Actually, I have a set of questions, pero isa na lang para kasi we are pressed for time. But I would like to greet muna our cooperators, Happy Co-op Month. And I would like to thank all the presenters and the reactors also. Very, very insightful nga ang the reactions. Now, is Rico still around? I mean, he's still on? Rico? Sir Rico? Sa kanya na, I would just like to answer, to direct.
Rico, ma'am is in the loop still.
Yeah.
Rico, I think the question is addressed to you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yun na lang muna. The others, I can chat with them later. Sir Rico, what types of co-ops were your respondents?
I'll just check my documents, ma'am, because I just have here the summary of the.
So I would just like to know kung nakakategorize, but hindi, not?
Hindi po.
No. So they could be mga credit cooperatives? You
Yes,
don't know. You don't
actually,
know.
mostly credit cooperatives.
Mostly, because you mentioned about succession and overstaying. I am just wondering, don't you think it has something to do with the turnover in credit cooperatives? I think there is a really low turnover of people, especially in the management, and therefore we cannot expect that there shall be really a succession plan that shall work that as what we think should happen, so that the young people could be also part of the management. It is understandable when it comes to the board, of course, the more mature ones will be there. But in terms of management, I think if more of the respondents were credit cooperatives, then I think there shall really be a low turnover of staffing there, di ba, Sir Rico? And therefore, it also relates to the limited operations of the cooperatives we have in the country. Don't you think?
Yes.
And therefore, even if you turn out qualified, very good graduates from our schools and the youth also, say sons and daughters of the staff, they cannot really be accommodated. Don't you think? What do you think, Sir Rico?
I think nakamute, Sir Rico.
Anyway, ako ba? Naririnig? Am I heard?
You're coming loud and clear. Doc Rico?
Na-out daw si Sir Rico, na-out siya,
Oo.
All right.
I would like, what I'm driving at is that,
nagka-problema.
Okay. If
out po siya, technical.
Even if there is a desire for cooperatives to accommodate the young, but if the operations are limited and the staffing is limited, then they cannot do it talaga as much as they want, diba, to accommodate younger ones. And I am driving at how our cooperatives should really try to diversify or scale up the operations so that more services can be offered to the public, to the members and to the public, and also at the same time accommodate in their staffing, in the management staff, younger ones, that they shall also be future leaders after being part of the management. Okay. Sige, yun na lang siguro. My questions kay Sir Rico. First, the respondents and
Yes, sorry ma'am, hindi daw makabalik. May interruption, nasa Pampanga.
so it's
Internet lang
okay.
problema.
So it's okay. So it's like a question posed because I don't want to think that the cooperatives are consciously consciously preventing younger ones as much as I want them to be part kasi graduates natin sila ano. But paano? My question is how? Okay.
In further studies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hermie Manintim. And now we have an interesting question for Angkasa, specifically for Dato Dr. Muhammad Ali Hassan. Sir, this question is from Mr. Almojindi Pandapatan from National Commission of Muslim Filipinos. The question is, may we ask Angkasa if we can have collaboration effort to help our Muslim cooperatives?
Yes, very much so. You are most welcome. As I posted in our chat, my handphone number and my WhatsApp address or my email. So you can write to me, ask anything what you want. So you definitely we can help you. There's no problem.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Ali Hassan. So, Mr. Almojindi Pandapatan, the Angkasa is open to help the cooperative, Muslim cooperative here in the Philippines.
And we
Thank
still
you
have
so
one
much.
question, Flora. I think someone is raising a hand, no, in the loop. I think this a friend, Miss Shalito Garrido from the San Dionisio Credit Cooperative. Ma'am, can you please open your camera so you'd be recognized, and specifically to whom you'd like to ask the question, please? So the spotlight is yours. Proceed,
Hi,
ma'am.
good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And happy Cooperative Month. And nice to see my friends in the sector. Hi, Sandro, Professor Sandro. Well,
Hi,
my
ma'am.
question is, I'm happy with the presentations, especially the presentation, the studies from Dr. Rico, no, and from the young ones natin. And I'm really happy to see the presentations of our young ones. But I have not seen, o baka naman hindi ko lang nakita. If so, it's more of a request. Baka we could do another study if working or being employed in a cooperative is already a choice now by the young, rather than because they have no options. That's why they're working in the co-op. Baka kailangan lang nating maging part because the study provided us more of the profile, no? And I'm happy to see that there are a lot of young ones in the sector. However, is that really their choice? So baka lang pwedeng merong ganung study. It's more of a request, Professor San. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ma'am Shello. Okay,
Yeah,
so
hi.
it's so nice
Thank you,
to
Ma'am
see you.
Shello.
And again,
Happy to see
all right,
you.
happy to see you as well. And there is a comment here in the chat box, Laura. I think Sir Edwin Basilius from PCC have mentioned in one of the dialogue with DILG, we emphasized that the creation of the Cooperative Development Officer must facilitate employment, specifically for state university graduates like PUP. Thank you for that observation and that comment. All right, so in the interest of time, in as much as we would like to accommodate more and more of your questions, but we would be forwarding this, of course, to the concerned resource speakers. So at this onset, finally, to give her closing remarks, let's welcome the Director of the Office of the International Affairs, Dr. Jonna Carla C. Bien. Let's give her our virtual round of applause, please.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. It is my pleasure to be with you for this event, the International Conference on the Cooperatives Future Readiness, with the theme Advancing Future Ready Cooperatives, organized by the Asian Cooperative Organization, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, College of Social Sciences and Development, Department of Cooperatives and Social Development. Allow me to extend my congratulations to the cooperative movement in behalf of the partner institutions who actively made efforts to make this event possible, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the Asian Cooperative Organization, and the Philippine Cooperative Center. Our utmost thanks to all the attendees for actively participating with us in commemorating the National Cooperative Month celebration. I would like to thank the program coordinators for this event, Dr. Angelita, Angie Villaruel, faculty extensionists and faculty
Very
of
clear.
Cooperatives and Social Development, Dr. Nuraini Muhammad, Asian Cooperative Organization's International Affairs General Manager, Mr. Edwin Bustillos, the CEO of the Philippine Cooperative Center. Also, our backbone and brains of this activity, the PUP President, Dr. Manuel Emuhi, the Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Development, Dr. Raul Roland Sebastian, ACO Angkasa President, Dato Dr. Abdul Al-Fatah Abdullah, PCC Chairperson, Dr. Garibaldi Olinardo, and for the individuals who served as an inspiration, Yusek Joseph Encabo of CDA, Director Balu Iyer of International Cooperative Alliance Asia Pacific, Father Anton Pascual, SAO President, the speakers, presenters, and facilitators in the program, and of course, to our co-sponsors cooperatives, Asia Pro, MPZ, Barangka Credit Cooperative, NATCO, ACBI MPC, Fairchild Cebu Community MPC, Tagum Cooperative, PhilFeco, PHCCI, San Dionisio Credit Cooperatives, Union of Metro Manila Cooperatives, DigiCoop, and Angkasa. Thank you very much once again for making this event very possible through all of your efforts. As what we have witnessed in the program, this event expresses our preparedness in facing the challenges of this current time and give us an inspiration to continue with our lives in spite of all the trials that we are facing. We are reminded to stay calm and be hopeful that sooner we will be enjoying a life back to a time without pandemic. Together, we will continue to develop the face of our future and let people and all the basic sectors be parts of developing our cooperative's ideology, identity, entrepreneurship, and innovations. This is just the starting point of our goal. As an academe, the department commits in pushing through with this goal. It will serve as our diary, and we will continue working together hand in hand to explore and benchmark the best practices to discover a sustainable future through cooperative researches and journals. As Matty Stepanik has mentioned, unity is a strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things happen. With a strong commitment to work together, goodwill, and clear goals, I look forward to taking the next steps towards our common goal in advancing the cooperative practices of our institutions. May God continue to bless us with wisdom, give us courage and humility once again. Thank you very much.
And that wraps up our conference for this afternoon. We look forward to seeing you again in this similar endeavor in 2022. In behalf of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, College of Social Sciences and Development, Department of Cooperatives and Social Development, we would like to thank our esteemed partners of this event. Laura?
with Asian Cooperative Organization, ICA for Asia and Pacific, ang CASA, the Philippine Cooperative Center, the various cooperative union, federation, and primary cooperative sector present in this activity, along with the guests for the various higher education institutions, both local and international, for gracing this activity.
Once again, I am Associate Professor Zandro T. Estella from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
And I am Ms. Flora May A. de Monteverde from Department of Cooperative and Social Development.
See you all soon in our next international conference. Once again, mabuhay from the Philippines. We would like to request everyone to please open our camera for a photo opportunity as we close this event with a closing hymn. Once again, kindly open all our cameras for a photo opportunity. Meanwhile, closing it with a cooperative hymn. Thank you. All right, we have 12 frames. All right, please wear your best smile. We thank you for your indulgence for keeping up with our program for this afternoon or this evening. All right. So I think someone is doing now. Okay, the photo opportunity. Okay, who's handling it? I think it's our tech team. Okay. All right, we have 12 frame. Angie, please lead the queue. Angie is muted. Unmuted, I mean.
I am. Yeah.
All right.
Just smile. Just continue smiling. Another. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Are we done, Ma'am Angie, with the entire frame?
Thank you very much.
All right, so that concludes our event for this evening. Once again, see you all. Thank you so much for gracing this activity. Happy Cooperative Month, and see you in our next international conference in 2020. Good day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to our international partners.
Thank you so much. Kindly answer the evaluation, please, and the chat link. Thank you so much again.
Sino pang magtutulungan kundi tayo-tayo lamang,
upang magandang bukas ay ating masilayan. Ikaw at ako ay hindi magkaiba, pagkat ang ating pangarap ay iisa. Isang layunin,
isang mithiin,
maunlad na kinabukas ay ating kamtin.
Nagkakaisa tungo sa isang adikain,
Nagdadamayan sa paglutas ng mga suliranin. Dito madarama ang tunay na bayanihan. Dito'y siguradong walang iwanan. Sama-sama sa kooperatiba.
Kay sarap mabuhay kung may karamay.
Kung may karamay, pagsubok tila gumagaan. Kung may kagapay, mahirap makamit ang tagumpay ng mag-isa, pagkat kailangan natin ang bawat isa. Hangga't pagsubok ay dapat harapin, ang lahat ng ito ay kayang-kaya natin.
Nagkakaisa tungo sa isang adikain,
Nagdadamayan sa paglutas ng mga suliranin. Dito madarama ang tunay na bayanihan. Dito'y siguradong walang iwanan. Sama-sama sa kooperatiba.
ipakita natin sa mundo ang ating lakas.
Kapit kamay nating harapin ang bukas. Humakbang tayo sa bagong buhay. Sama-sama ang kamay ang tagumpay. Nagkakaisa sa isang adikain. Nagdadamayan sa paglutas ng mga suliranin. Tunay na bayanihan. Dito'y siguradong walang iwanan. Sama-sama maasahan. Nagkakaisa tungo sa isang adikain. Nagdadamayan sa paglutas ng mga suliranin. Dito madarama ang tunay na bayanihan. Dito'y siguradong walang iwanan. Sama-sama sa kooperatiba.
Yes, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our technical team, yung mga nasa PCC.
Thank you.
Ma'am Angie, may certificate dyan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Bye, Ma'am Angie. Yes,
Thank you, Ma'am
thank
Angie.
you. Congratulations.
Shout out kay Doc Marlene, sa Ate Christy, Direk Boraga.
Yes, I'm here.
Matitibay.
Parang nangawit na yung tenga ko.
Pasensya na.
Uy, nakakaya na international to. Simbayan na.
In-extend dati kasi 2 days to na conference ngayon ginawang half day Hindi talaga kaya pero pwede na rin.
Masaya kami na nakapag-participate kami sa inyong binuong
Yes po, marami
conference.
natutunan from Simbayanan.
Yes.
Thank you po, PUP.
Okay, thank you
Angie.
PUP, Ma'am Angie. And
sa GC yung
ating
Fill up.
Magandang MC.
Yeah. Ang gaganda na MC si Flora.
Yes. How to be you.
Hindi naman po.
Taga saan ba si Ma'am Flora? Sa Haligay Simbayanan, ma'am, ha?
PUP student pa lang po ako.
Gagawa tayo ng branch sa Simbayanan. PUP Simbayanan.
Parang si ano, kasama ko sa UMMC last Saturday, no?
Ang
Sa'yo
branch, PUP branch, extended, no?
Sige po, bye-bye po. Salamat.
Okay, sige.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am
Bye-bye.
Angie.
God bless us all.
Ma'am Nancy, thank you po.
Okay.
Happy Cooperative Month po.
Yes.
Talaga na. Sana mas marami pang co-op. Lalo dito sa Batangas.
Ganda rin yung background ni Gigi, ah. Nakita
Batangas ba siya?
Congratulations! Sa Batangas kami ako.
Okay. Ingat po kayo.
Thank you, Jen. Sige, pwede.
Bye. Hello, G. Kumusta?
Si Gigi. May sindikato na
Virginia.
dalawa.
Kumusta, Virginia?
Membro ng sindikato.
Sindikato talaga.
SDCC, thank you. Marami sila. Mga barangka, yan. Sina Sir. Thank you. Ang dami pa rin, ha? Thank you very much.
Nasa 50 pa. Ayaw nila umalis, Ma'am Angie. Ayaw nila umalis. Parang ako.
Namnam pa. Actually, di ba?
Ma'am Angie, congratulations po.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Jaline. Congratulations din sa iyo, ha?
Hi, Ma'am Jaline.
Ang mga supportive people in the Philippines.
Thank you, Sir Edwin.
Registration 746 kay Bianca. Pero ang mga nandito lang na naka-in sa Zoom, umabot lang ng 645. Pero okay na, okay, malaki na. At least na-maximize natin yung subscription mo na 1,000, hindi 500. Plus FB Live. Okay na rin, good start. Congratulations sa PCC Youth. Yes. Lahat PUP alumni, congratulations. Congratulations sa mga BIS Cooperative. Sir Edwin, congratulations. Thank you din.
Ma'am, ang pag-work ko ay binagos natin sa mga PUP at sa lahat ng mga committees po. Technical Working Group, Coordinator. Thank you, ma'am.
Baka next week mag-schedule tayo ng meeting. For documentation, for evaluation. Di ba? Ang dami trabaho ulit.
Next week, ma'am. Next week. Invited po ang PUP doon sa gagawin po na Solidarity Covenant with legislators. Particularly po yung 3 party list at saka 2 pong senador, si Senator Zubiri at Senator Risa.
Sige sir, just send any.
October 27. Pwede naman po kayo manood lang.
Yes, thank you sir. Ay,
Kasi alam ko naman po,
pa yung mga
politics yan pero pwede naman kayo manood lang.
Ay, Miss Nicole, makakahingi ba kami daw ng slides ni Sir Gary? Humihingi ang angkasa.
Yes, yung slide ni Sir Gary.
Oh, yes, sir.
Meron po si Ma'am Cheska.
Yes. O,
Papadala po.
pasend na lang, sir, doon sa G Drive natin kasi interested yung angkasa.
Yes, ma'am.
Ni Sir Gary. So, para i-collect natin dyan lahat ng PowerPoint to the G Drive kasi nagre-request din yung mga participants. So, si Miss Bianca, isi-send niya, may mga email siya sa attendance sheet, doon na lang niya isi-send yung mga materials and certificate pag napirmahan na.
Wala ka 29.
O diba, ayaw pang magsialis, nagmi-meeting pa.
Out na ako, Chia. Bye.
Sige, bye-bye.
Bye, Jenny. Congrats, Jam. Congrats, Jam.
Bye, G.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sige, pwede mo na i-out yan. Pwede na, sige, subukan mo kung makakat tayo.
Bye.
29 ma'am ng hapon.
Leave na ako ha. Bye-bye.
Bye, oo, ingat.
Thank you po.
Ingat po sa'yo. O, tingnan mo, hindi nakasiyan ka kasi yung host eh. Pero siguro yung FB Live cut na, no?
Apo, ma'am.
Cut na po.
Na po yung live.
Hanggang doon sa PCC hymn, yung kay Tainside na kanta. Galing, ganda nung hymn na yun, PUP. Ay, ano. Yan, okay na. Ano, ay out na. Out mo na, Bianx. Si Bianx yung mag-out pala dahil siya yung host.
Sige po, ma'am. End ko na po ba, ma'am? O...
Sige. O, bye-bye. Para hindi na kayo
Thank you, ma'am.
Oo, para hindi na sila.
Thank you po.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye. Ingat po lahat.
Marami pa. Sige, move on na sa mga technical glitch. Thank you, sir. Tagang ganon, Filipinos are very masipag totok.